going to do our best. On the pole from New Lowell to Highway 90 signs, LCDC color and coatings number 10, it's Doug Butler. Starting second from Dundas, the Blue Street Contracting A&A Discount Auto Parts 81, Carl Scott. Starting third in the 80 from Innisfil, the Flashover Window Fashions Vesticon TKO Renovations number 80, it's Coleridge Finnemore. Starting fourth out of Burlington, the Kangaroo Trailers B.W. Haggard Crane Rentals 76, Sean Taylor. Out of Dundas, the Blue Street Contracting ShedInADay.com Claybar Contracting number 2, Bobby Mercer. Out of Waterford, the Gibbs Action Sports number 46X, Wade Thorne.
This is where it gets challenging. We have a couple of 88s. They're both going to get introduced. First, out of Orangeville, the Luscious Bakery SMC, Georgetown Chevrolet, number 88, Ryder White. Driving the 16 out of Hamilton, the Bucks by Terra Safety Boots, number 16, Mike Thompson. In the number 1 out of Sutton West, the Terran Lumber and Truss, Mac Lang Sundridge Burger Station number 1, Rob Harrison. Next up out of Drayton, the Dipples Family Garage Total Home Energy Systems number 18, Dave Dipple. Driving the 7 out of Hamilton, the Blue Street Contracting sponsored entry, it's Matt Young. Next up out of Oshawa, the Babbin's Auto Service number 89, Ryan Babbin. The Norm's Fast Lube Speedy Auto Machine number 10 out of Puslinch, Will Gibbons. Driving the 84 Lakeside Mobile Tire, Swift Hoist Services entry out of Omimi, Rob Crick. Out of Peterborough, the Goat Transport number 22X, Tyler Croft. Out of Newcastle, the Sellers Contracting number 88, Tiffany Vanderbilt. The B&W Enterprises number 46 from Bowmanville, Tyler McMurder. Out of Aurelia, the Standout Auto Glass, Bromley Automotive, AC Plus Automotive, number 57, Chris Inglis. Next up in the 28th, from Newcastle, the Nellie's Creations, Dwyer Roofing Shrimp Cocktail, Titan HVAC, number 28, Dylan Wills. The 83 from Moorfield, the Dipples Family Garage, Elmira Auto Supply, Discount Auto Wreckers 83, Bob Stewart. The 38 out of Lindsay, the Illingham Industries Babbin's Auto Service, Pete Hamilton Auto, number 38, Carol Ducky Dawson. Number 28, Babbin Automotive, Nolan Gould. Out of Hawkstone, the Standout Auto Glass Aurelia, number 52 is Robbie Sykes. And rounding out the field in the number 27,
Not on my list, but I'm going to keep on looking. Out of Georgetown, the Auto Tech Service Center, McMillan Motorsports 27 of Jacob Sutcliffe. Holy moly, we got there. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your starting lineup for the Mini Stocks 67-lap feature event.
24 mini stocks out there on the racetrack. Looks like we're getting set for a very solid 67-lap feature, guys. And just moments away, we saw JP walk through, give a handshake to each of the drivers. Nice show of respect from the owner here at Peterborough, thanking them all for coming back and making sure they're all set for some great action out here.
One of the stories coming out of the track here, Nolan Gould, 28G, well in the back part of the pack. He's our current track champion for 2023. He was qualified up on the front row on the outside pole, but he has changed cars because he sold his car, and the new owner took delivery of it after the planned date of Autumn Colors finals.
And we have this conversation a fair bit. There is only one way to buy a race car, and that's at the racetrack. You roll it onto your trailer, because in this sport,
That's exactly it.
the tradition is what you see at the racetrack, and if you say, I'll come pick it up next week, what you pick up next week
Totally
is
different.
not the same thing.
Absolutely not. And especially a piece like what we've seen Nolan drive all season long, championship car, of course, like you mentioned, you want to make sure you're getting exactly that on your trailer.
Now, having said that, he's a champion for two reasons. One, he had the car. Two, he has the skill.
Absolutely.
So he's starting at the back of the pack. It's a 67 lap. He has the time to race to the front.
I don't expect him to be at the back too long.
And the builder and owner of the car, or previous owner of the car, Ryan Babin, is his sponsor on his regular ride all season, and the chief mechanic on it. And so he's built him, he's got another car, a good car to race.
Absolutely.
Ryan Babin's a track champion, or a past Autumn Colors champion here as well. So it comes with great heritage.
Absolutely.
And they're beautiful cars. Look at the Babin 89. That's one, like, they are nicely prepared race cars. This is the end of a tough short track season in Ontario. For these cars to look this presentable is a testament to the drivers and the teams and the work they put in to keep them looking this good.
And I mean, you look down there on pit road, all of these crew members play such a crucial part in keeping these cars looking as good as they do out on the racetrack and as fast as they are each and every week. It definitely takes an army to keep a race team going all season long.
And an understanding family, an understanding
Absolutely.
spouse. If you're fortunate, the spouse is involved in the race team and it's a family affair. Or they don't want to see you on weekends and they let you go racing.
That's their break.
Dave Franks in the back of the pace truck. One of his traditional places you'll find him. The most noted photographer in Canadian short track racing. Who else do we see? I believe Derek Smith made the trip back up. If there's a race going on, Derek Smith will find it.
I could say the same thing about you.
You know what? I take nights off once in a while. I don't think Derek Smith does. He is always there.
And you'll call just about everything. I was looking through Facebook earlier today, and we had a night at Cornwall at the beginning of the season where we were watching a video of you and Clinton calling a go-kart race.
Yes.
And my partner there, Huey Primo, said, you guys have to come back, so.
I stole Huey's line and I've used it for 15 years. For every mile of road, there's 2 miles of ditch. Please drive safely on your way home.
Absolutely. Huey is full of different phrases that he'll use, and you can definitely expect something fun out of Huey each and every race. But look at these mini stocks working their way around the racetrack, racing, getting set to go. 67 laps is a long feature for a mini stock, and these drivers, all of them are ready. They're back here second week in a row, and you know each and every one of them wants to hunt down that trophy.
Well, this is their opportunity, right? This sets the tone for the longest off season in the world.
Absolutely. Canada's off season is way too long. Too much snow.
I want to get into ice racing maybe this off season. It looks like a blast. It's just a long drive.
It definitely does. They try to run it just about anywhere they can. I know Dexter Stacy from the Vinci Series, he runs it up in Ganawage, Quebec. They have a dozen or so cars that go out.
Yeah, they
Looks
sunk
like
a couple last year.
They did. They did sink a couple cars. It didn't look very fun at that point.
And
what's the recovery plan they use for a sunken race car?
Just let it sink.
Pick it up in the spring?
Run away.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing happened. We weren't here.
So I got to note, Tim Tolton from Guelph is out here behind the wheel of a number 18. Who did I introduce in the 18? Because now that, there we go.
The Purple Flames.
I think I introduced Dave Dipple in that car.
I believe so, yes.
See, as long as you say it with a little bit of confidence, you usually
Everyone
won't
will
get
believe
questioned except by people who pay better attention. But we appreciate the tips, folks. It is a challenging day here because people have swapped rides, they've swapped cars, drivers have shown up that weren't here last week, so a lot of moving parts.
Absolutely. And the crew here at Peterborough has done a great job of giving us all the information as they get it to make sure we're bringing you all the correct information that we can.
And then we have some racers that came here originally last week planning on racing 2 rides, now racing 3 rides.
Yeah, Brandon Feeney. When in doubt, we're just going to announce Brandon Feeney.
Absolutely. If there's a race on the track today, he's probably in it.
Jim says he's driving the pace truck.
I think he said his lap total today is 247 laps.
I don't know.
That's
I think
a lot of laps.
I almost wish they would throw the black flag at the combine in the next field. Just for, giggles.
Absolutely.
It is time to go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, feature time here at Peterborough Speedway. Doug Butler, Carl Salt, gonna lead them to green. Good launch for Doug Butler in that number 10. He leads the way clean. Carl Salt back into second spot. Sean Taylor going to pick up third. Single file go the top 3.
Yeah, watching a little bit further back, Matt Young got shuffled up and out of the way. Carl Salt nearly sideways there, down through 1 and 2. He's holding on to second place, just ahead of Sean Taylor, trying to chase down the Doug Butler machine, but Carl Salt all kinds of loose out here.
Wade Thorne on the outside of Bobby Mercer. That's the battle through 1 and 2. Mercer in that station wagon. He'll hold the spot. 4th spot, Wade Thorne back to 5th. Mike Thompson is 6th in that 16.
Just behind them, Coleridge, Peterborough, and Chris Tubman side by side down into turn number 1. It's the 80 machine of Peterborough up on the high side, trying to get by the Tubman machine. Tubman gets a nice launch off at 2. Down the back straight away as Doug Butler continues to lead.
Doug Butler was so strong all last weekend during qualifying, really the class of the field. And he's showing the reason why he's up on the pole position.
It's a long race though, 67 laps. Carl Salt, he's fallen back about 8 car lengths. Sean Taylor, I believe, a little bit faster in the 3rd spot right now in that 76, but he's content to ride in line for the time being.
And what's going to get interesting here, guys, is we are passing some lap traffic here. Carol Dawson in the 38 down on the bottom. This is going to help Carl Salt up on the high side. They're going to be 3 wide down into turn number 3. Sean Taylor goes through the middle. Carl Salt up top. Taylor wins out here and moves to second place.
I don't think Carl Salt will be too disappointed there. He was holding up Sean Taylor as it was. And the best thing that can happen for Carl Salt as his car hopefully comes to him is to have Sean Taylor go up there and start to battle for the lead.
Looks like Matt Young had an issue there off at turn number 2. He's fallen back nearly to the tail of the field. just a few more cars behind him here. I was watching the Robbie Sykes 52. He was fully sideways off of turn number 2 not too long ago. Gathered that machine back up, and now he is just about to get passed by Doug Butler, the race leader, as we see Sean Taylor going by up on the high side.
Sean Taylor right now 0.3 of a second fast lap than Doug Butler. Now, there's a little bit of traffic involved, so don't take that to the bank just yet, but Sean Taylor, whoa, contact between Sykes and Doug Butler coming through turn number 2. Butler pinched off that corner a little too tight. Sykes was still there in the 52 machine. We've now got a battle for the lead.
One small mistake can mean you lose a lead awful quick, or at least lose the advantage you had.
Well, a big concern would be a cut rear tire. The fact that it's still up in air tells me that
Nolan Gould with contact nearly around. That could have been a big one as we have the 88 around off of turn number 2.
That's Tiffany Vanderbilt. She's up against the wall. That's going to bring out a caution in lap 12.
Our first caution flag of the day. Vanderbilt spinning the wrong way in turn number 2. We've got trouble in 4 as well.
That's Bob Finnemore.
That's not Daytona Bob in the car.
No.
Oh, it's Bob Finnemore here too, but I believe it's Rob Sutton, isn't it? Or Rob Harrison, sorry, from Sutton West. The hooligan.
You knew a Sutton was involved somewhere.
Oh, and that does not look right on that left front. The completely towed in. Some heavy suspension damage on that number 1 car of Sutton.
Yeah, you can see it from the right front here too as well. It's not looking too good. It looks like he's going to try to continue, but heavy tire rub on that left front as well from the contact.
That left front wheel is, the camber's completely posted inwards. I'm not even sure how he's steering it.
Tim Tolton on pit road in that 18 machine. And now the hooligan comes down to pit road as well. This shouldn't be a very long caution, so that's a problem for Harrison in that number 1. As he rolls to a stop, it's possible he doesn't have a pit crew.
I think he's his own pit crew here, which I've done it before in an enduro race. It's not very fun to have to get out, change your own tire, get back in, continue on. It's a lot of work, but
I don't think that's a tire change issue.
No, I think
that's
more
a
than
suspension
a tire change.
issue.
Yeah.
Still, if I'm Rob, I drive down pit road and look for the friendliest looking bunch of people.
That's right.
Just stop in front of them and see what happens.
Or the ones that brought the snacks down to pit road if you think you're done for the day.
Good call. Matt Young going to bring that 7 machine down pit road.
That's one of the weirdest looking cars on the track.
It's hard to believe Matt Young in that number 7 and Bobby Mercer in the 2 are basically teammates.
Carl Salt as well in the 81. It's a 3-car team there under the Blue Streak banner, and I was actually talking with Matt Young, and he purchased Nolan Gould's car.
Oh, is that right?
He's the one that went home with that machine on Monday.
And he knows better than to let that car go home. I'm surprised he's not driving it today.
So he sent me a picture, and all the body panels are taken off the car. He's going through it, getting it all set for next year. He figured he'd risk this car rather than bringing out the rocket ship that was the 28 machine.
We do need to mention, folks, this is the switch tire mini stock feature, and it is 67 laps in memory of Melissa Bullen and Matt Spence.
Two individuals that have been a big part of the racing series, especially the mini stock racing series in southern Ontario and really southern, central Canada.
A big impact on the sport, and they will be remembered.
Absolutely. It's always nice when we can honor those that have been such a big part of our sport for such a long time, and unfortunately gone too soon, both of those individuals, but nice that we can honor them here today with this 67 lap tribute. And guys, just looking down at pit road, looks like the 1 of Rob Harrison and the 18 of Tim Tolton have both called it a day. The hood coming off the Harrison machine, and I think Tolton just gonna have himself a nice rest on pit road.
So Tolton would have got those 8 laps of practice or whatever it was earlier on. I don't think he qualified last week. And then a handful of laps here today in the race, and now he gets to be a race fan for the rest of the afternoon.
And it does look like we're getting set to go green here. Doug Butler, the control car, once again on the inside. Sean Taylor up top as the pace truck works his way down pit road. We're getting set to go green.
Floor Coverings International Pace Truck in the infield. It's a Great Canadian Derby green flag.
Sean Taylor really fired off well, gave Butler lots of room going down into turn number 1, and we've got trouble in turn 1. A few
The wall, front right suspension damage heavy on the 57.
Multi-car incident there. The 88 of Vanderbilt involved again. The 7 of Matt Young also caught up in that one. Multiple cars coming together there off of turn number 2. Maybe they got a little bit too excited when that green flag came out and tried to get a little bit more than they were able to get.
You can judge by how quickly a driver gets out of their car how angry they are. I'm going to say Chris Inglis might be a little disappointed.
I think the fact that he just threw his gloves in through the window also might be an indicator that he's not too pleased.
Looks like some heavy front end, left front damage to the 88 of Tiffany Vanderbilt. Driver of the 52 of Robbie Sykes, he's out of the car.
Sykes had been battling that car right from the drop of the green flag today, sideways in just about every corner, even on the straightaways. So I think some serious handling issues, and maybe he just felt it was best to pull in and not risk that car too much at all.
Tell you what's impressive, Jacob Sutcliffe in the 27 started all the way at the back, and he is in the top 10. Pretty impressive here in the early going for the driver in the 27 machine.
Nolan Gould has gone from the back of the pack up to 14th spot.
So there's some movers, but they're going to be in tough company to get to the front. Doug Butler and Sean Taylor are as good as they come. And looking back through the remainder of the top 10, they're all top shelf competitors.
Looking at the Ryan Bavin machine, he's worked his way forward. I believe he ran the quickest time of the race thus far on lap number 12, so just fresh off of a quick time in that 89 machine, and he started in the mid portion of that top 15 or so, and now finds himself scored currently in the 6th spot.
I am still impressed by the cleanup crew here.
Absolutely.
They do a good job. They get on it in a hurry. As the scorers work on the lineup, the cleanup crew works on getting the track clear. And once they get the Sykes number 52 machine pulled back to the pits, they should be good to go. Bobby Mercer comes to a stop there on the backstretch with some sort of a message for officials. I don't know if there's fluid on the track or maybe debris. Or, as Jim mentioned, somebody left. We need to give Jim a microphone. Comes out with a good line or two every race. There is lots of room for groceries in that thing.
Absolutely. I absolutely love the station wagons. Whenever you see them out on the racetrack, it's just a cool look. We see them from time to time at Cornwall. Tommy Lazat drives the 777 machine in the street stocks, and it takes up half the racetrack as he's going through the corners, especially since they're sideways there. But
see, I want to see someone make a super stock or of a Magnum, Dodge Magnum station wagon. That would be cool to see on the track.
Those take up a lot of room, as does this station wagon here. And it's pretty cool to see the creativity of these drivers and their teams. And you know, you look at all the liveries on these cars, the wraps, the paint schemes, and they just all look phenomenal. And like Adam mentioned earlier, still looking really good at this portion of the season. Says a lot about about these drivers and those teams and the effort that they put in each and every week.
So we'd like to thank everybody watching from home on GeForce TV. We didn't really broadcast that we were going to be live again this week. We didn't have, because we want you to come to the racetrack.
That's right.
You know, in a case like this, come out to the track. It's a beautiful day.
Beautiful.
But we are pleased for those who couldn't make it, couldn't plan their way up here. We're glad to deliver the product to you because there's going to be some fantastic racing today.
Yeah, this is only the first of 6 features here today, and I think 404 laps of feature racing still to come here today. So phenomenal agenda ahead of us here at the track and at home on GeForce TV. Hope you're enjoying what you've seen thus far, and you're sure as heck going to enjoy what you're going to see over the next couple of hours here today.
So if you're just joining us on GeForce and missed out, look back at the library there for the Friday and Saturday portion of the Autumn Colors Classic to see how everybody qualified to get into tonight's races.
There was a lot of great action. There was a few feature races sprinkled in, some emotional victory lane moments. Mike Bradley, Rick Warrens.
Yeah,
But let's talk about these mini stocks. The last restart, Doug Butler didn't take off very well in that 10 machine. Sean Taylor led the way into turn 1. Let's see if the veteran Butler changes up his restart point.
Yeah, you definitely want to consider changing it up a little bit, especially after losing the position. Luckily, we didn't advance a lap, so he went back to where he was out front. But we'll see this time, as it looks like we're going to get set to go green next time by with Doug Butler, the control car once again. And like you mentioned, we'll see if he changes it up a little bit here to hold that lead.
lights are out on the Floor Coverings International Peace Truck, so it'll dip down to the infield this time by.
One thing I can tell you about the front 2 rows of this race right now, there is decades of experience. This is not an entry-level class. It might be considered that way, but there's a lot of drivers who run in it that have been around a long, long time.
Well, Doug Butler, he's won here before. He's got an Autumn Colors trophy somewhere on a shelf. He'd like to add to it.
Much better start for Butler this time. Sean Taylor drops right in line in the 2nd spot. Carl Salt's up to 3rd. Then they'll battle side by side for 4th. Mike Thompson down low in the 16. Bobby Mercer up high in the 2.
Ryan Babin, he's running 6th. He's looking for these two to make a mistake for him to slide down on the inside. He looks down on the inside. That's a battle for 5th and 4th.
Yeah, and look who's joined that battle. Ryan Babin works his way up to the inside of the 2 of Bobby Mercer. They're going to be side by side down into turns 1 and 2. Babin on the inside, Mercer up top. Looks like Babin going to get the run down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Mercer up top, Babin down low. Babin clears. Move Ryan Babin into position number 5.
Mercer going to cross him over off of turn 4. He'll have the inside through 1 and 2. They continue to battle side by side down the back straightaway.
Just keeping an eye on Whitfield. He's going to be up inside the top 10 now as they cross the line up to position number 9. Started 22nd, now 9, so up 13 spots since the green flag, and so a long way to go.
Whoa, Matt Young slides up the track.
A little bit more damage on that 7 than what he started with here today, but still making the laps in the Matt Young number 7 machine. We'll see if he can continue to charge forward and try to stay out of some incidents.
Nolan Gould used every inch of asphalt off the exit of turn 4 that time, all the way up to the concrete. Got a big run on the high side. Now we'll look to close in on Wade Thorne in that 46X.
He gets by Chris Tubman, the 88. Nolan Gould, current or 2023 track champion, down on the inside. That's a battle for 7th. Takes 7th away. Next is his teammate and crew chief, Ryan Babin, currently running in 6th spot.
Yeah, Doug Butler has done a phenomenal job here since the drop of the green flag, but we cannot count out Sean Taylor. Taylor's trying to close in down the back straightaway. They're going to go by some lap traffic. Looks like Butler going to stay low. Now works his way to the high side. Gets a little bit sideways off the floor. Taylor just behind him, trying to work his way through. Battle continues for the lead, and I think if we get a caution here in the next couple laps, Nolan Gould's going to be up in that battle for the lead.
I don't think you're mistaken there. I'm watching Babin pound Mercer for that spot. Mercer doing a good job holding on. He can see that Mike Thompson's having a hard time keeping that 16 on the bottom of the racetrack. So watch Mercer try to diamond off 3 and 4 and get a run off the exit of 4.
Carl Salt with a mirror full of some very competent drivers right behind him. Really loose in turn number 1. The 81 of Salt.
Tell you, Matt Young is pretty sporty. He was on pit road. He's been on pit road a few times in that number 7. He's working his way through the field. In fact, he's just outside of the top 10 right now.
Yeah, Matt Young had a couple of issues early on. The car was not handling the way he would have wanted. Got caught up in a couple incidents. Now, like you mentioned, just outside the top 10. Looking to make that move on the Chris Tubman machine here momentarily. But Matt Young working his way forward now inside the top 10. Jacob Sutcliffe, the next car ahead for Matt Young with car number 7.
I almost want to call the number 7 the wedge. It just looks like a big wedge coming around the track.
I think it's a late model nose on the front of the Matt Young machine. Not sure, but definitely a different look compared to these other mini stocks.
It's always been a unique looking creation. Drives up the inside of Sutcliffe. He's going to run out of room. Oh, nice.
Wow.
What a move by Matt Young in the 7.
That is a balls of steel move to the inside there to go 3 wide and take that spot. Matt Young, he's on something today.
He's got places to go and people to see. We are 30 laps into this one when the leaders cross the line. Doug Butler and Sean Taylor into some heavier traffic right now.
If you're the likes of Carl Salt, Mike Thompson, Bobby Mercer, that's what you want to see. You want to see those leaders in the lap traffic. Slows them down a little bit. They don't necessarily have their lane choice throughout the corners, and that slows them down a fair bit. Salt was coming off a 4 as Butler goes into turn number 1. A big gap between those drivers, but you never know what can happen as they work their way through this lap traffic.
Doug Butler a full 5.3 seconds ahead of Carl Salt, the 81 in third spot.
Jacob Sutcliffe, I don't think he was really pleased with how Matt Young passed him. He's been driving that car hard to keep up. Now he's to the inside of that number 7 as they battle down into turn number 1. Sutcliffe closed the door of the exit of turn 2. Young had to bite the brakes there to avoid making contact. Meanwhile, out in front, Wade Thorne, who was well inside the top 10, almost in the top 5 earlier on, going a lap down. Oh, more contact.
Leaders side by side down the back straightaway. 3 wide, Sean Taylor in the middle. Doug Butler up top. Sean Taylor with the advantage off of turn number 4. Taylor in the 76 goes to the lead. And there you go, the lap traffic coming into play.
Opportunity does not knock all that often, and I believe those 2 cars are fairly evenly matched. So Sean Taylor saw his chance, he pounced on it. Now let's see if he can drive away or if Doug Butler's able to keep pace with the 76.
Peterborough now looking to go down a lap as the leader, 76 of Sean Taylor, setting up to make a move. Butler setting up to use him as a pick.
So Taylor heads to the outside a little bit early. He wasn't quite to the traffic just yet. Butler drove to the inside. Couldn't keep that 10 car on the bottom of the racetrack, so he had to roll out of the throttle. But again, they're side by side for the lead.
Butler drifting it around turn number 4, trying to hold that bottom line as tight as possible.
Look at them go side by side, door to door down the back straightaway for the lead.
This is going to get interesting as they have lap traffic in both lanes ahead of them here. Butler on the bottom, Taylor up top. They're catching up to the 12th and 11th place car, so nearly up into the top 10 lapping-wise already.
Oh, trouble.
Butler, as we have one around here on the front straightaway. That is the 22X machine of Tyler Croft.
Last time at the start-finish line, Doug Butler had the lead by 4 1/1000ths of a second.
Wow.
What a great battle between Butler and Taylor in lap traffic as Carl Salt in the 81 bringing that car down pit road.
Yeah, I think probably looking for some adjustments on that 81. Was up inside the top 3 and 4, now falling back to 7th. And like we mentioned, the leader nearly lapped into the top 10. So Carl Salt throwing the kitchen sink at the car, see if he can find that extra bit of pace to work his way forward and try to get back into that top 5.
I don't know if they're checking the toe on that 81 or if they're making an air pressure adjustment in the right front.
Now, Doug Butler and Sean Taylor had a 6.5-second lead ahead of Mike Thompson and Ryan Babin.
Wow.
Ryan Babin, so that'll be a big advantage for them, for Mike Babin or Ryan Babin and Mike Thompson to kind of get a little closer to the leaders, see if they can compete without so much of the lap traffic in their way.
So, okay, we're hearing 89B of Ryan Babin as an involved car. I was wondering why he was so far back of Bobby Mercer, because at the last scored lap he was ahead of the two. So we'll see as scoring continues to work things out and officiate. How many cars do we have on the lead lap? There's 39 laps complete of the scheduled 67 laps. 11 cars on the lead lap.
They've worked their way through this field pretty decently, just past halfway here. Just 28 laps to go. About half the field put a lap down already, just a bit over half the field. But Doug Butler's had a phenomenal pace, Sean Taylor as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more and more cars going a lap down here once we go green again. And you never know, we might only have 5 or 6 cars on the lead lap with the pace that these drivers are doing.
I think you would have been absolutely right had we stayed green, Robert. Cautions breed cautions.
Of course.
So I think
that's a good point as well.
That was about a 20-lap green flag stretch there. I think 30 laps of green, and we'd have lapped up to, just like you say, up to around the top 5 cars.
Absolutely. Carl Salt just wrapping up a rather lengthy stay there on pit road, so may have been making a adjustment, like you mentioned, on that machine, but we'll see what he can do once he rejoins the field. Was running up in the top 5, now gonna have a bit of work to do.
And he'll still start with the lead lap car, so he's only giving up about 5 spots on the racetrack realistically.
So not too bad at all as the 84 comes to a stop here on the front straight. I believe that's just to get into position. That's Rob Crick in that 84.
I believe Rob Crick actually got the lucky dog, so he was the last at lap 39.
Okay, so they're pulling all lap down cars to the inside. Lead lap cars stay up high, so this makes sense so far. Will Gibbons, Nolan Gold, Jacob Cliff, Matt Young. But not Tyler McMurder. The Yeah, the only car out of line right now, Tyler McMurder in that 46 being a lap or more down. He's in the 17th spot, 2 laps down to the leader, so they'll put Carl Salt ahead of the 46, as well as Rob Crick. Then they'll put McMurder back in behind the 28, and everybody will be happy.
McMurder with a fair amount of front end damage to that 46.
Just shows he's trying real hard.
It's just some effort.
I think I can. I think
That's
I
right.
can.
Whenever I look at Will Gibbons' number 10 car, I wonder where the back of it is. It
Behind
just
the
looks
front.
like it's chopped off behind the rear tires. like compared to Bobby Mercer, there's nothing to the back of the Gibbons number 10.
It's a fastback.
Okay.
Well, it's looking pretty fast so far up in that 6th spot. We'll see what he can do on this restart. Now, this gives Nolan Gould the opportunity as well to rejoin this front of the field with a restart. Not going to be 9 seconds back, and see if he can work his way forward, restart at 7th position.
Actually, I can also use that British term from
Wait
the
for
Grand
it.
Tour.
Wait for it.
It's a hot hatchback.
Okay. I didn't know what was coming, but I
You never know coming from the Grand Tour.
So a little bit of a rest for these drivers. Might have been a welcome break. Catch their breath, and now they get a chance to see the two leaders.
28 laps left of this race.
Still 19 cars out there on the racetrack. Started 24, so 5 cars down as we're going to get set to go green.
Everybody stacks up in 3 and 4, waiting for Doug Butler to launch. Green flag is back in the air. Sean Taylor hanging on that outside line. Now he's going to drop in line behind Butler. The top 3 single file again. Then side by side, Bobby Mercer and Ryan Babbitt.
Yeah, that battle between Babbitt and Mercer continues. It was going before the caution, and now once again it's lit back up. Babbitt up on the high side. Here comes Nolan Gould to his inside. The teammates as Babbitt comes down, chops off the nose of Nolan Gould. He gets back in line as everyone seems to go single file, except for that 10 of Will Gibbons. He looks to the high side and Nolan Gould down the back straightaway.
They might be teammates off the track, but on the track they are competitors.
It's one for all for one out there.
It's a battle for 5th going on. And the Nolan Gould still dealing with the 10G of Will Gibbons. Gibbons high on the outside, looking to take that number 6 spot away from him.
Got to give Will Gibbons credit for working that outside. He's been tenacious up there, and he's going to get that spot.
You haven't really seen too many drivers make that outside work here today. They've tried it, but it hasn't necessarily worked. Gibbons still up top, Gould on the bottom. Doug Butler continues to lead, but Sean Taylor closing that gap to the lead as they work their way off of turn number 2. Butler with a great launch down the back straightaway. Taylor going to look for an opportunity, but not able to get there just yet.
Ryan Babbitt in the 89 is having fits trying to make a move on Bobby Mercer. Mercer has now gone to the classic defensive line. I don't like that play, and I'll tell you why. He's going to use up his right front tire. You can't get the car to turn going in. Sure, it's making it harder for Babbitt. Will Gibbons says, fine, I like it up on the outside. I'll get around both of you.
Gibbons looking down on the inside of Babbitt. That battle heating up for that 5th spot. Babbitt down on the inside.
Mercer not giving any room. They come together.
Tries to close the door, but Babbitt was already there. They'll continue to battle down into 1. That allows Will Gibbons to stay right on their tail. Trouble in turn number 1.
That's the 88 of Tubman up into the wall there at the entrance to turn 2. And that's going to bring out the caution.
The fun thing about these restarts, the leaders have done what the leaders have done all race long. They've driven away and they've had a great battle. But everybody from 4th on back have had lots of laps to irritate each other.
Absolutely, and that's what makes this quite entertaining.
So every restart we come to, there's going to be a little bit less give and a little bit more take from, I'd say, from the 3rd row back to the 6th row. Drop the gloves and get to it.
Absolutely, and you've seen a lot more bumper being used in these last few restarts. We saw the bumper used from Babbitt on the back of Mercer not too long ago. Sean Taylor had a bit of the bumper as well, going by the lap car. Drivers definitely stepping up the intensity with less than 20 laps to go in this feature.
Carl Salt pulling down on the inside. I believe he's been tagged as a part of that incident. Doug Butler continues to lead the way. We are 47 laps complete, 20 laps remaining.
Yeah, just taking a look at the top 10 as they run. As of the last time by, it's Doug Butler out front, Sean Taylor second, Mike Thompson in third, Bobby Mercer fourth, Ryan Babin rounding out the top 5, followed by Will Gibbons, Nolan Gould, Jacob Sutcliffe, Chris Tubman, and Carl Salt. That is the top 10 here with 20 laps to go.
We've mentioned this already. Nolan Gould and Jacob Sutcliffe started all the way at the back, and they charged their way through. It's happening a lot slower now.
Absolutely. Once you get through the drivers that they probably would have qualified ahead of them had they been able to hold their spots from qualifying or make a qualifying attempt today, now they're getting up to the cream of the crop here. Doug Butler, Sean Taylor, Mike Thompson, Bobby Mercer, and Ryan Babin that are making it a bit harder to work their way forward. The holes are less visible for these drivers to be able to make those moves, and the competition just a bit stiffer.
That's exactly what happens as they get near the front.
Once again, the score is just making sure everyone's in the correct position, because as a driver, you're going to try to sneak a spot or two if you can, but the officials usually don't like that.
No, generally they catch you.
There's lots of eyes up here in the tower taking a look down there and making sure everyone's in that correct spot. As they're going to work on cycling the lead lap cars by the lappers, work these drivers back into the correct positions. Looks like we've been able to complete that rather quickly, and we'll get everyone in line to get set to go green here again shortly.
Next race on track is going to be the late models, 167 laps. They'll be followed by the hot rods, the bone stocks, the Oscar modifieds, and the super stocks.
Yeah, quite the agenda ahead of us here today, and of course we haven't seen Brandon Feeney out on the racetrack yet in a feature, but still going to see him 3 times over the next 5 features, including back-to-back with the late models and the hot rods. So that's going to be over 200 laps in a row for Feeney.
Piece of cake.
Absolutely.
20 laps remain. Doug Butler and Sean Taylor on the front row for this restart. Mike Thompson in the 16, Bobby Mercer in the 2, the 89 of Ryan Babin, the 10 of Will Gibbons. That's your front 3 rows.
So we get set to go green here. Doug Butler, the control car. Green flag is back out, and we are underway. Doug Butler, Sean Taylor, the top 2.
With an announcement from race control that they have said that they are going to start counting cautions from now on. Each class has a time limit. When they meet the time limit, and around the 16 goes.
Oh, no.
Rob Crick
Had nowhere to go when the 16 of Mike Thompson went up on the track and right in front of him after doing a full pirouette.
choices were limited, but the gas pedal's on the right. If you lift off of it, you have options. He was hammered down.
Absolutely. As you see Mike Thompson getting out of that machine, don't think he's too pleased.
Thompson climbs out and just immediately going for a walk down onto pit lane. Oh, I know why he's going to pit lane.
That's why he's going there, Adam.
I've never liked officials grabbing drivers. He's going to go fight a car, which would be entertaining. Go to the other car where the driver is. You can protect him from there.
Absolutely. Glad that he made his way back to his car rather than trying to go towards the Babin machine again and go back at it. But just unfortunate contact there down in turn number 4 leads to one of the contenders here today, Mike Thompson, going up on the hook and out of the race.
Ryan Babin, he's down into the pits as well. Although he's pulling it out, he'll be starting at the back of the pack on the restart.
Babin had a good run going down the back straightaway. Thompson tried to close the door. It just wasn't, and I think if it wasn't for the final contact, Thompson would have been fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like a pretty harmless spin out there in 4, and then all of a sudden there was just no more room. Multiple cars involved in that one, and Mike Thompson up on the hook, Ryan Babin to the tail of the field. 2 of our top 5 contenders now pretty much out of this thing. Still have a chance, but it's going to be tough.
No laps were completed.
But they are counting now. Caution laps are counting.
And that's a new
I
wrench
don't see
thrown
that
into
on-
it here.
We'll see what race monitor says on the restart. The Thompson number 16 lifted up.
Pit crew still working on Rob Crick's number 84 on the infield.
There's a lot to process when you're driving through a corner in a race. It shouldn't be so hard on a driver, because Crick was probably thinking, hey, there's a hole, I got to go for it, not realizing maybe that the 16 was at a dead stop.
Absolutely. And the thing with just being fresh off a restart, all the cars are still talking with each other. You're right up on the rear end of the car ahead of you. You can't really see too much. You're locked in your seat. You're just staring forward. If he's a little bit off to one side, well, then you're not really noticing him until you get right there.
No, for sure. So Doug Butler, Sean Taylor, Bobby Mercer. Now things change a little bit. The 10 of Will Gibbons, the 28 Nolan Gold, Jacob Sutcliffe in the 27, the 7 of Matt Young. The 88 of Chris Tubman, the 81 of Carl Salt. Remember, just a minute ago, he was at the back of the pack for being naughty.
Yeah, absolutely. And this incident kind of helps him a little bit, moves him ahead of the lap traffic rather than being all the way at the back. And now he's going to have to try to work his way forward. Still some very strong cars up here at the front. Unfortunately, he did lose 2 of our top 5, but these other drivers working their way forward, Nolan Gould and Jacob Sutcliffe, have done a phenomenal job driving from the back, and we'll see if they can do anything here with about 20 laps to go.
Looks like the lineup is set. And you're probably right that the scoreboard in turn number 1 showing 50 laps complete. It'll be 51 this time by. So this sprint to the finish getting a little bit shorter with each passing lap.
Yeah, as each lap goes on by, just less opportunity for these drivers to work their way forward under green flag conditions. And that, to me, means the intensity level is probably going to rise even more here in the closing laps. It's the last race of the year for most of these drivers, and they want that win. They're not here to finish second.
You got that right. Ryan Babin and Rob Crick being brought up to the tail end of the lead lap cars. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 cars unofficially on the lead lap, and there might be one from a free pass. Yeah, Coleridge Finnemore in the 80. So 13 cars on the lead lap.
I just noticed down here in the stands behind the flag stand, we have another flagger. Brought his own set of flags, having a good time down there. Letting these drivers know to hurry up and get going.
That's always the best. There's never any young announcers down in the stands with a microphone.
I know.
We need new talent.
Absolutely, as we're going to get set to go green once again. Doug Butler, the control car, green flag's back out, and we're back underway.
Better start for Sean Taylor. Timed that well as Bobby Mercer shows a nose to the inside. Side by side for the lead up in turn 2.
Down the back straightaway, Butler on the inside, Taylor up top. Here comes Bobby Mercer trying to close that hole on the inside. Taylor a little bit sideways as they come down the front straightaway. Butler, the leader, ahead of Taylor. Mercer and Gibbons as Gold looks to the high side, trying to work his way forward.
Matt Young with the problem in turn number 2, gets that car back on the track. He may have lost steering in that 7, or the steering wheel might have jumped out of his hands.
Well, looks like whatever fell out of his hands, he's got it back as he's going to continue on at the tail of the field.
He is struggling to get around the ends there right now in that 7 machine as he slows on the front straightaway.
He was way off the pace. Gets it back under fire. Might be an ignition issue.
Keeps it out on the racetrack in that number 7. The right front is pointed the right direction, but there are signs of contact from it.
Oh, he's definitely had some contact today. Matt Young's been caught up in a couple incidents, maybe some residual effects, as it looks like he's going to pull a pit side in that Blue Streak Contracting number 7 machine.
And that's a shame. He had a really good drive in that 7 machine. He's been through the field a couple of times. Look at Will Gibbons pressuring Bobby Mercer on the backstretch.
Butler continues to lead here. As, like you mentioned, Gibbons all over Mercer's rear end here. Battles on for third, battles on for first. As Nolan Gould pulls it into the infield, looks like a flat right front on that machine.
What a shame for Gould. He slows down on the infield, turns behind pit wall. His day will end. He passed a lot of race cars today.
Tough break for Nolan Gould. Points champion here at Peterborough Speedway for this season. Ends the season at autumn colors with pulling it behind the wall.
7 laps remain as Doug Butler leads the way. Will Gibbons to the inside of Bobby Mercer down into turn 1. Mercer leaves the lane open on the bottom. They're going to drag race down the backstretch.
One thing to keep an eye on here, Butler is closing in on a bit of lap traffic ahead. Not sure if they're going to get there with just 6 laps to go. But battle definitely on for the lead. Taylor looks to the inside, now looks up top. Not able to get there. Butler continuing to lead as we're going to come around and face 5 laps to go. 5 fingers in the air for Doug Butler.
We'll see what Sean Taylor has in reserve. Drives it deep into turn number 1, following in the tire tracks of the 10 of Doug Butler.
Taylor looking every direction, trying to get by. Butler continues to lead the way. Taylor gets all over the rear end. The bumper definitely in play for...
He'll get a nose to the inside. Thinks better of it. He backs off.
Yeah, Taylor trying to time this perfect. Leaders with just a few to go. Butler out front, Taylor behind him. Look for Sean Taylor to use that bumper, but at the right time. And the right time is coming up.
2 laps to go. Turn 1, Butler is loose. Taylor looks to the inside. They're side by side down the backstretch.
Doug Butler up top, Sean Taylor down low. Taylor looking to take the lead as the white flag is displayed. Sean Taylor, your leader here, Adam.
Don't clear him, Sean. Stay to the inside, side by side off of turn number 2. Butler will probably try to cross him over as they work into 3.
Here they come through 3 and 4. Sean Taylor going to clear. Here he comes, checkered flag. Sean Taylor, your autumn colors classic champion.
Taylor with the win, Butler second, and it's Will Gibbs, Bobby Mercer, and how about Jacob Sutcliffe from the back to the front? Doug Butler led most of that race.
You have to give those drivers credit. That was probably one of the most respectful battles for the lead. They didn't use each other up, didn't destroy each other's cars. A little bump here and there, but Sean Taylor did a phenomenal job to get by that 10 machine, and Doug Butler is going to be very disappointed in losing this one very late, but still a phenomenal drive by Doug Butler.
I've watched Sean Taylor run a lot of races in that 76 down at Flamborough Speedway. He started racing some dirt this year at Ohsweken. I don't think I've ever seen him get dirty. You know, he just runs a good line, takes what the car will give him, and today it gave him a win.
And those are the best drivers you like to see, the ones that don't use up their competitors, just go out there, use their skill to get by rather than using up their race car. And that's exactly what Sean Taylor did there. As you see, Doug Butler, Will Gibbons both pulling down towards the victory lane. Sean Taylor working his way backwards here. Maybe a little bit of a Polish victory lap.
It's not a bad day to be number 10.
Clearly.
Hopefully, I'm just radioing it down.
Second and third, both going to number 10s. Race fans, how about a round of applause for Sean Taylor from Burlington, the winner of Autumn Colors Classic Mini Stock Feature Event.
A nice Polish, half Polish victory lap there for Sean Taylor, saying thank you to the fans here in attendance today, sticking it out, coming back this week as he's going to pull down to victory lane, collect that nice check and a trophy.
Charlie Toner is on his way to victory lane to greet Sean Taylor.
How many cars did you start?
Yeah.
Sean Taylor climbing out, unbuckling and climbing out of the Kangaroo Trailers GM Electric. Sponsor number 76 here for the Switch Tire Mini Stocks. Matt Spence, Melissa Bullen, honorary 67 lap feature race. Sean, I'm going to grab you here quick. Sean, you are now an Autumn Color champion. That'll go with you forever. And that was a hard-fought battle. You something you want to say?
Was that worth the wait? Yeah, no, me and Doug put on a good show. It's always great racing with him. Finally, I can one-up him here finally. That was exciting from my point of view. I don't know how it was from the stands or in the pits, but yeah, 67 is a lot of laps for these things, but you just stay in it, and you know, it's only the checker that counts.
Okay, you got some sponsors you want to thank, obviously.
Oh, tons of people. We got Haggard Crane Rentals, GM Electric, Kangaroo Trailers, Welsh Meadow, Wade Thorne and Thorne Racing for helping us out all the time, Toronto Injectors, my dad, Andrew, Susie for being here. It's great.
All right, give it up for Sean. Whoa, there we go. Give it up for Sean Taylor picking up an Autumn Colors win for the Switch Tire Mini Stocks. Coming down here to talk with the number 10 of Doug Butler. You had the big peace sign up. That was a hard-fought battle, Taylor, and it came down to those last two turns.
Yeah, you know, saw him keep me on my toes the whole time. And I think he saved at the end there. You know, lap traffic wasn't my friend either, you know. If it was lap 50, it would have been a nice race, but unfortunately, I came up a little short.
All right, you got some people you want to thank?
I want to thank Highway 90 Signs for making the car look so good, LCDC, Top Shops, my family for supporting me, and my fellow competitor, Ty Seaboyer, for coming out, the crew for me today.
All right, give it up. Doug Butler perking in the second spot for the Autumn Colors Classic. Will Gibbons here, the other number 10, making it down here to the podium for the Autumn Colors Classic. Will Gibbons, tell me what the view was from your side, because there was a lot of action for the top 5 spots.
I just sit back and buy our time.
Yeah, but you got some people you want to thank?
Yeah, Norm's Fast Lube, definitely couldn't be here, have the car without him. He helps out a lot. GC Equestrian, Willem's Trailer Repair, and most of all my family, right? So my son, he races, and it's nice to finally be back out after 2 years and park it at least in a podium, right?
Absolutely, and to be kind of a role model for your son.
Yeah, it's fun.
All right, give it up, Will Gibbons, parking it in the third spot for the 67-lap honorary Melissa Bull and Matt Spence Switch Talk switch tire mini stock. Back up to you guys.
Well, the pit carts have got a little bit fancier looking, working down onto pit road. Up next, it is the late models.
Yeah, 167 laps on the docket here for the late models here today. This one will take a little bit longer than this mini stock race did, but these drivers, some of the best here in Ontario and even Canada. Of course, we do have the NASCAR Pinty Series champion, Trayton Lapsevich, out here in this race here today in the number 0 machine, and he's starting on the front row.
Tough to bet against Trayton up front, but there were some really good drivers. Danny
Absolutely.
Benedict has been fast all year. James Horner is really quick here at Peterborough. So is Ryan Kimball. I think it's going to be a lot of fun watching this race shake out. And one thing, a number of teams did not make it back for this rain date. So I believe only 14 cars took practice earlier today. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of lap traffic.
That's exactly it. Definitely a shrunken field, down from, I believe they said 21 cars took time last week. So about a third of the field cut out here today. We're going to go down to just 14 or 15 cars out on the track. And like you mentioned, a lot less opportunity for lap traffic, maybe less opportunity for incidents out there on the racetrack as well. And, you know, these drivers could get through this race rather quickly.
That's the thought process, but it doesn't
That's the
always
hope.
doesn't always work out that way.
Just looking at these cars as they come out onto the racetrack, some beautiful, beautiful cars once again. The Danny Benedict machine there taking his spot at the front of the field. Of course, Trayton Lapsevich, that's Glenn Steyer's racing machine. Typical Glenn Steyer's 0, the nice blue on the side of that thing. Looks like Glenn's house.
Right? Glenn is in Paris.
I saw that. Kind of jealous. Looks really nice, but we're here at the Autumn Colors Classic, so this is our Paris here today.
I'm not jealous. I don't think there's any short tracks in Paris, so.
Probably not, unless they're racing around the Eiffel Tower, but I highly, highly doubt that.
Okay, there's more cars than what practiced earlier. That's great. It looks like we're missing Dwayne Baker. And Dan McCarty didn't make it back. I thought he lived here. For work. Wowzers.
So Dan McCaddy has to make he's on his way to San Diego, California. A little warmer than here.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's
You don't
it's
know
not
that.
too toasty here, though.
Yeah, I do.
19 cars scheduled to take the green flag, and here is how they're going to line up. Starting 19th in the Walker Motorsports Napa Pine Ridge Oshawa CDT Hydrovac. Number 04 from Omimi, it's Sean Walker.
The system will get reset. You guys can tell. So
18th out of Peterborough, the Kirk Norris Desjardins, number 41, Tyler Junkin.
it's still running from something.
17th out of Port Hope, the K&K Customs, Baseball for Dad, number 55, Jason White.
Okay.
Driving the 03 from Orno. In the C. Patterson Equipment sponsored 03, it's Brandon Feeney. Out of Powassan, the Bell Motorsports Happy Town T-Shirt Company, Mother Butter's Shortbread, number 13, Jonah Bell.
You're gonna $20.
The Highway 400 transmission, Painting Plus Bayview Boats, number 09 from Bracebridge, Norm Stoddard. In the Quaker State, Grindstone Landscaping, Pie Chevrolet, Robbie's Towing, number 36 from Truro, Nova Scotia, Gary Elliott.
I guess I better go down
In Lumber, Shannon Linton, Exit Realty, F&B Sport Fishing, number 31 from Peterborough, Josh Gruss. On the inside, from Brampton, the MC Mechanical, KRS Tools, number 46. Next row on the outside from Innisfil, the Presto Appliance, Ontario Steel Sales, Auto Trim Design Berry, Infinite Pools, number 23, Paul Maltese.
Dad, why does he have a car?
It's inside from Florida. The Full Circle Automation Go Transport Dig Tech Infrastructure, number 13, Frank Graham. Starting 8 from Oro, the Paragon Office Installation, Highway 400 Transmission, Albers Lighting Supply, number 10S, Gore Shepherd. And in the Dwayne Fluxton Zolo Realty, Guns Auto Service, Ryan's Landscaping, number 48, from Innisfil, Colton Abringham. The CPS Control Panel Systems, Develop Towing, Todd Racing, number 42 out of Colburn, Bobby Cousineau. Starting 5th from Norwood. The GTA Race Designs, Flathead Designs, SMG Motorsports, J-Bex Construction, number 16, Flying Ryan Kimball. 4th from Port Hope, the Signs Flooring, Durmac Precision Tooling, Facility Services, Curtis Septic, number 81, Jacob Mercer. 3rd from Fraserville, the Custom Forming, number 79, James Horner. Now your front row on the outside of row number 1 from Grimsby, the Glenn Stiers Racing, Oswego Speedway, G-Force TV, number 0, Trayton Lapsevich. And the pole sitter from Orno, the North Country Property Maintenance, BW Enterprises, Mobile 1, GTA Race Designs, number 54, Danny Benedict. That is the starting lineup for the KOD Disposal Electric City 167 for Pro Late Models.
The KOD Disposal Electric City Pro Late Models 167 lap feature race. Let's get them kicked off with those most famous words in motorsports. Join with me in saying, drivers, start your engines. That's the sound of excitement right there.
Nothing beats that. The feeling of all the horsepower under the hood just going through you as they light them up and get set to go green. Absolutely love it.
That's not something you get watching it on TV.
No.
Nope.
Unless you have the TV really, really loud, but it's probably going to hurt your ears if you do that. So, not recommended.
I'll tell you what, I can't lie. Earlier on in practice, I went out and stood on the balcony just so I could hear it.
Yeah.
It's not even the same in here as it
Absolutely.
is down in the grandstands.
Yeah, and if you can imagine what it's like for the flagger on the flag stand.
Little breezy.
It's wild. And
Yeah,
it
well,
does
no-
look a little breezy down there.
When those cars go green, it vibrates that flag stand like crazy.
Danny Benedict. Now, it's not a fancy design, but that number 54 is just a beautiful looking race car.
Absolutely. Nice, and it's clean. That's the thing that makes it pop. Obviously, those numbers make it pop as well. Very nice bright orange, but Danny Benedict, a very, very strong competitor in these late models and has a great team behind him that helps set that up, and now he's starting off on the pole here today.
Gary Elliott making the long tow from Truro, Nova Scotia, Canadian Motorsport Hall of Famer. An Iron Man of the sport, if there ever was one.
Absolutely.
Calls Gary, New Brunswick, his home track. And, but he does make the haul all the way from Truro, Nova Scotia. It's still, he's got quite a haul just on a regular race weekend to make it to Gary.
Yeah, there's not a lot of close racetracks, but I'll tell you what, 167 laps is no big deal for Gary. All of the races down there are either 150, 200, or 250.
Yeah.
So he knows he's a little bit short-handed with the car that he's got. It's beautiful, but it's not as modern as some of the cars out here, but he'll give it 100% every lap for 167.
That's absolutely it. And sometimes it's not necessarily the power under the hood of the machines, but the consistency of the driver behind the wheel that helps get you the solid finishes, especially in a 167 lap race. If he can conserve his tires and kind of lay back a little bit, wait it out, he might have a good piece at the end to work his way up, maybe into the top 5, top 10.
While these guys are getting the tires all warmed up, I'm going to ask each one of you, who do you think is the driver to watch? Possibly to win, but who's the driver that you're looking at to watch, to win or place very well in this 167 lap race?
Yeah, that's definitely a tough one, but I mentioned it before we got out here. It's hard to count out Trayton Lapsevich behind the wheel of absolutely anything. The Lapsevich family, so much pace. He's been an Autumn Colors champion before, looking to do it again here tonight.
What about you, Charlie?
Well, I was going to go with you first,
right.
but okay.
I'm going to pick 2.
Okay.
That number 46 out of Brampton, Billy Zardo.
Oh, yeah. Zardo.
Absolutely.
Lane drove the car at Flamborough and had a great result in the triple 50s at a track that's very hard to race clean on. These kind of grinder, elbows up races, watch for a Zardo to do well. The other driver I want to mention, Ryan Kimball in that number 16. He just knows what to do here.
I was going to, that was my choice actually, was Ryan Kimball. That's why I wanted you to go first. So the reason I say Ryan Kimball, this season specifically, I have seen a much more mature Ryan Kimball than I have ever seen in his history of racing. He's a past champion, not just this season, he's a past champion in other seasons here at Peterborough Speedway. I've seen him get animated, I've seen him get, short-tempered sometimes, but not this year. This year, he has been the most mature, grown-up, experienced driver on the track here at Peterborough Speedway, and he's got a championship to prove it.
I'll tell you what I saw in practice. He was hoping this race would get rained out last week. Something was wrong in the shocks on the 16. He was hooking the inside line in practice. That car was on a rail. Keep an eye on that 16 machine.
Light international floor coverings, international pace truck in the infield. The Great Canadian Derby green flag. Danny Benedict off with a great start.
Side by side out front, Danny Benedict on the inside, Trayton Lapsevich on the outside, dead even down into 3 and 4.
Horner was looking for these guys to make a mistake. He got right up to Danny Benedict, had to get on the brakes coming out of 4.
With Danny Benedict by 3/1000ths of a second at the line. The longer they run, the more advantage I give that inside. This lap it'll be Trayton Lapsevich with the lead.
Yeah, Lapsevich up top, Benedict down on the bottom, but here's James Horner right with them. Horner looking for any opportunity to work his way forward. Doesn't want to use it up too much as we're only 3 laps into 167 lap race. But Benedict continuing to lead ahead of Lapsevich down the back straightaway.
3 laps into this race, we've had 2 lean changes already. Now Danny Benedict nosing out ahead. Lapsevich trying to hold off Horner in the 79. James Horner up to P2 as Lapsevich will let him go and drop back to the inside.
Yeah, sometimes in these longer races, you do have to give up a position in order to set yourself up for a little bit later on. You don't want to use the car up too much too early, as it is a long race. Horner all over the rear end of Benedict as they work their way down the front straightaway here. Benedict leads over James Horner down here through turn number 2.
we've noted at some of the series races this year, James Horner, they've really improved the performance of that 79, and he sticks the nose to the inside of Danny Benedict. Benedict closed the door, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold off Horner. There's a lot of speed in that 79.
There was also a bit of bumper there on off of turn number 2. Horner all over the rear end of Benedict, just behind them. Lapsovitz trying to hold off Kimball. Kimball all over the rear end of that Zero machine, and just behind them, Bobby Cousineau silently there in that 5th spot, but he's waiting in the wings, trying to work his way forward and put himself in a nice spot here early on in the running.
Billy Zardo just got around Grant Graham. He's going to pull Gord Shepard along with him in the 10S. So move Zardo up to the 8th spot in the 46. Oh, it's Lane driving? Well, I still say Zardo's the one to watch in the 46, whether it's Lane or Billy.
No matter who's in the car, they're always going to be a threat.
If it's a Zardo, they're going to be a threat.
Absolutely. Already a bit of lap traffic, guys, as Sean Walker goes a lap down.
And James Horner, after closing in to really put some pressure on Benedict, is falling back off the rear bumper of that 54 machine. There's more slower traffic ahead for our race leader. Second, third, and fourth are nose to tail, and another gap back to Bobby Cousineau, riding in a great spot all by himself in 5th.
Jacob Mercer currently running in 6th, along with that 48C of Colton Everingham and Lane Zardo in the 46. All just outside the top 5.
Jason White, Tyler Junkin go down to the inside as Benedict leads them on by. Benedict leads at the line over Horner, Lapsovitz, Kimball, and the 42 of Cousineau. That's your top 5. Pretty much since the drop of the green flag here, 15 laps down already. Kicking them off rather quickly, 151 to go at the line.
Gary Elliott running deep in this field outside of the top 10. He's running 12th right now. He is fighting an ill-handling race car. That 36 is pushing through the center of the turn. It's loose on exit, so I hope for his sake that car comes to him, or it's going to be a long race for the Ironman.
Absolutely, and you know he's had races like this before in his career. He's been racing for many, many years.
I was trying to think of how many decades.
Yeah, exactly.
He's been
Decades,
racing.
not even years. I think he mentioned he was in his 6th decade of racing, maybe even 7th in that 36 machine. That Quaker stayed with him just as long. And he's doing a nice job outside the top 10, trying to work his way forward, but like you mentioned, ill-handling car here early on.
Out in front. Tyler Junkin in the 41 getting black flag. Not sure if there's fluid coming out of that car or something hanging off the car, but look at this. Side by side in front of the race leader, Danny Benedict having to wait for things to sort out as James Horner closes in.
That's Brandon Feeney going a lap down here, his first race of the day. Feeney on the bottom, Benedict up top. Horner trying to take advantage of the lap traffic as the 55 machine pulls it midside. Jason White, black flag displayed to Junkin once again.
I think Jason White thought that black flag mechanical was for him. So he's going to be quickly told to keep moving, get back on the track. It's the 41 of Tyler Junkin that has to come in.
And that kid is like, you don't listen to the flag.
Listen to your spotter.
A little bit of smoke up the 16 to Ryan Kimball.
Yeah, I noticed that early on in the running here, probably about 20 laps ago.
So they've got
20 laps.
the scoreboard in turn number 1 flashes the number of the car that gets the black flag. So maybe listen to the flagman, but be sure, before you pull in, be absolutely sure.
Just watching the Kimball machine as he goes on by. Yeah, a bit of smoke coming off the rear of that machine.
Is that tire smoke or is that exhaust
smoke? I couldn't tell if it was blue smoke or white smoke on that machine, but I noticed it a handful of laps earlier as well.
I think it's a tire rub on that, or perhaps brake.
That's tough to say because it seems more visible as it goes into the corners, but it might just because that's when we can see it.
Tire smoke on the right rear should be more visible coming off the corner than going into the corner.
That's exactly it.
He is very loose coming out of 2. Ryan Kimball, the 16, green and
Oh,
yellow
Horner.
machine.
That got close off the 4.
Yeah, Horner got a little out of shape on the outside. Up to 55 machine, Creighton Olafkovich with a good
Oh,
run.
trouble!
Gary Elliott.
Elliott goes around and coming out of turn number 4, it's going to bring out a caution at lap 28.
If I'm Kimball in that,
I believe that was a one-car spin for Elliott. We talked about that car. It was a handful for him for sure.
absolutely. Car looks okay. Doesn't look like he hit anything there. So,
This car always looks okay.
of course,
That is a
it's
pretty
a
race
beautiful
car.
ride. A little bit of popping going on down there on the front straight.
I hear somebody knocking.
I just thought they were making popcorn.
Popcorn.
Gary Elliott pulls it into the pits, makes some adjustments on that 36 machine. See if he can get it handling just a little bit better.
I believe Sean Walker in the 04 is the car that's popping. When you have a body rub on a tire, you will usually see the tire really shiny in the spot where it's rubbing, and I don't see that.
Well, if that's the case and it's blue smoke coming out of the exhaust, then he's got bigger problems.
That's absolutely correct. And hopefully for his sake, it does hold on for the next 139 laps that he has to run. But potential engine smoke early, not something you want to see in a big race.
Why is it, if it's engine smoke, why is it trailing to the inside of that right rear tire? Like when you see it come off, it's sort of towards the center of the car, not the, you would think it'd be blowing out the right side of the car where the headers come out.
Sean Walker goes pit side to check on his popcorn, see if it's ready.
28 laps complete.
That's what Jiffy Pop is for.
He's just got some under the hood, eh? He's trying to warm it up.
Just throw that pan of Jiffy Pop in, on
right.
top of the headers.
That's right.
The officials making space down there. On the lead lap, we still have, with 28 laps complete, 11 cars on the lead lap. Gary Elliott, the first car, one lap down in 12th, but I believe he's going to get that lap back.
Yeah, I believe that's what the ruling was. It was just a little solo incident there for Gary Elliott. Going to tack back on with the field here shortly. As you can see at the end of pit road there, the sign man has the green waving, letting the drivers know they can rejoin the field. Gary Elliott comes back out, as does the 04 Sean Walker. He's got his popcorn ready. And it looks like we're getting ready to go green. Danny Benedict on the inside, James Horner up top. Row number 2 is where we find Trayton Lapsevich on the inside and Ryan Kimball on the outside.
Charlie, you got to be careful. Tim Terry is watching from the Maritimes. He said Gary's home track is Riverside or Scotia.
Oh, I stand corrected. I do stand corrected.
You can't put one past Tim Terry.
Absolutely not. Tim Terry, an encyclopedia.
Oof. Problem for Kuzno on the backstretch, stacks everybody up, builds some gap for the top 4.
Ryan Kimball gets around the 79 of Horner. Takes up third. Horner was on the outside on the restart, falls all the way back to fourth. Then it's Ricky Bobby Kuzno, rounding off the top 5. Mercer's in the hunt. There's a battle between Everingham and Zardo. It's a battle for 7. Everingham gets the better part of it.
6. He has got to drive harder. He could lose 4 or 5 spots here.
That's the one thing about being stuck up on the outside. You can get freight trained as you work your way down. As you see right there, Everingham got by, as did Gord Shepard. Now Zardo going to have to work his way back forward. Looks like the handling going away a little bit there on the Lane Zardo machine. But Trayton Lapsovich has cleared his way back into second. Now he's just behind Danny Benedict as they work their way off of turn number 2 down the back straight. Benedict continues to lead Lapsovich all over the rear end.
Danny Benedict's car just looks so comfortable out there. I think Trayton's driving a little bit harder right now. I mean, they're both good handling race cars, and we're so early in this one.
Just watching the 54 of Benedict, he just rotates through the corners really well. Able to get it down right to the inside lane where he wants to be. Lapsovich kind of battling it a little bit more, entering a little bit higher, having to work the wheel a little bit more, and as it goes on, he's going to wear those tires out and have to work a bit harder to try to get back forward.
'31 of Josh Grunts pulling off into the infield pits. He's having an issue with that 31 just in front of Brandon Feeney. Both cars down a lap.
Danny Benedict doing a good job through the slower traffic. And that's where Trayton Lapsovich experience in the Pinty series, because I believe there is more lap traffic in that series than there is in the APC late models.
That got close. Lapsovich took a lunge to the inside of the Benedict machine, but like you mentioned, lots of lap traffic in the Pinty series. The difference between the front and the back is very wide.
Ooh, contact out of turn number 4 with Gary Elliott and the 13 of Jonah Bell. Bell did not get the memo that Elliott was on the inside.
And that's not the first time I've seen Jonah Bell make that move. He also made that move earlier on the 3 of Feeney. You can see Elliott, he's doing a whole lot of left-hand wheel movement here when he goes into turn number 2 and 4.
Blue flag displayed as Danny Benedict works his way through some thicker lap traffic going by the 09 car of Norm Stoddard. Stoddard to the inside of Lapsovich. Lapsovich now slides up the racetrack. Not what Lapsovich wanted there, as Benedict going to clear the 13 machine and start working his way forward as Lapsovich now struggling through the lap traffic.
Yeah, that outside groove, I think, surprised Trayton a little bit up there. Not a lot of grip as he... Jonah Bell getting all sorts of sideways in turn number 4.
The smoke continues off the back of the Kimball machine. Not sure what the issue is there. We'll see if anything develops throughout the night. But you do see Benedict now going around the Feeney machine. Next car ahead of him, Gary Elliott in the 36. As Benedict leads Lapsovich and Kimball. That's your top 3.
It's really hard to see out of turn number 3 what if Kimball has the same issue, but you definitely see it when he goes into 1. As he lets off the gas, that blue smoke seems to come up pretty prevalent. I don't know if it's engine or brakes. It seems to be when he's setting up for that entrance into turn 1.
You know, it would have been possible for Gary Elliott to have raced with all 3 generations of Lapsoviches.
Oh, absolutely.
Starting with Papa Joe.
And Gary would race just about anything. I've seen him in hobby stocks. I've seen him in the late models. I used to race against Gary on NASCAR 2003 sim racing. The guy drives just about anything and anywhere.
He lives for racing.
Absolutely.
50 laps complete in this 167-lap feature event. Danny Benedict continues to lead the way as we got another one smoking. That might have been brake smoke off of Gord Shepard's head.
That was Gord Shepard trying to avoid a near collision there with the Colton Everingham machine. As you see, Lane Zardo up to the outside of the 09 at Stoddard. Zardo trying to work his way forward, currently scored in that 9th position. Nice drive thus far by Lane Zardo. But as you see here, Danny Benedict has pulled away a little bit from Trayton Lapsevich. They leave a gap back to Lapsevich and a gap back to Kimball, who is starting the gap on the Warner machine.
At the very start of the slower traffic, it looked like Trayton had the advantage, but Danny Benedict has really gotten into a groove. He's able to pick these cars in the spots he wants to get them at and work that outside lane.
Coming up on another batch of lap traffic here. First, the 55 of Jason White.
Ooh!
Trouble! Brandon Feeney goes off the racetrack.
Trouble in turn 3.
That's the 09 of Norm Stoddard backwards at the top of turn number 3.
So I wonder, is it possible there's fluid on the track? Feeney got wicked loose off of 4. I didn't see what sent Stoddard around. Could just be coincidence.
We've seen a couple cars go around there up towards the top of turn number 3 today. Saw it in the mini stock race. Saw it here in the late model race as well. Yeah, maybe just a little bit of a loose corner down there in 3.
The only car to be ahead of Danny Benedict today is the pace truck for any length of time.
Absolutely. Trayton Lapsevich had a blip ahead of Danny Benedict at one point, but Benedict just able to battle back. That 54 machine looking very stout here today. Still 112 laps to go. Long way to go. Anything can still happen. But Danny Benedict looking like the favorite here early on as Norm Stoddard pulls the pit side.
36 of Gary Elliott. He is the lucky dog. So
he'll head down into the pits. I guarantee the crew's going to look at that right front. Below, the crew comes over the wall with air pig in hand, so air pressure adjustment going down on the 36 machine. Crew member did go around the front end and have a look.
Looks like hood pins may be coming out on the hood of the 36 car. Or some tape going down, not too sure. As of course, Gary does have the pit stall right behind the victory lane sign.
That's right.
So they could be doing anything down there.
Obscured view.
Filling a nitrous bottle, you never know.
So good clean racing so far.
Yeah,
and really
absolutely.
the leaders, the entertainment there has been watching them go through traffic. But from 6th on back, Jacob Mercer, Cord Shepard, Lane Zardo, Colton Everingham, Brant Graham, they have been in it.
Absolutely. The battling has gone on all throughout the field. Yes, we haven't really had a huge battle at the front between Benedict and Lapsevich, but like you mentioned, going through the lap traffic, having to battle through that is a battle enough. And then everyone beyond them has had to work with each other, try to get the positions and try not to beat each other up too much here too early on. But the top 5, looking at it, pretty much the same as what we had earlier on. Benedict, Lapsevich, Kimball, followed by Horner and Cousineau, top 5. Pretty much been the same way for the 55 laps that we've run thus far.
So Gary Elliott up behind Paul Maltese, running in the 12th spot. I believe he will be put back onto the lead lap. Although it's showing Gary Elliott in the 36 and Gary Hanna in the 03 at 1 lap down apiece. Oh, 03 is Brandon Feeney.
And we just heard that Feeney did get the lucky dog in the 03 machine.
One to go. We'll set him loose next time.
It's a 31.
It has been respectful racing so far. I don't see any reason for it to change either. There's been a lot of give and take, a lot of time left in this race. Danny Benedict will lead them back to the green flag.
Benedict with a little bit of wheel spin there on the restart. Lapsevich gets a nice jump on the high side. Lapsevich with the advantage off of turn number 2, but Benedict with the preferred lane down into turn number 3. Benedict on the inside, Lapsevich up top, and Benedict gonna lead back at the line.
Lapsevich did as much as he could. Benedict did not get a good restart, but kept his nose in there where he needed it. and fought that lead back from Lapsevich in the 0. Lane Zardo rode the backstretch wall just a little bit out there. That 46 machine, he runs in the 8th spot, just ahead of Colton Everingham in the 48.
Lane's a bit of a wild child, so that was probably just some entertainment factor for him.
Elliott way loose going into turn number 4, falls 3 spots back. And he goes around all by himself and into the wall at turn number 4.
Yeah, Elliott got up there to the high side in turn number 3, and it just stepped out on him.
Going away from him.
We just got a report, Josh Gruntz, who pulled off the track earlier, not feeling. So a driver issue more so than a car issue.
We did better than we thought.
So Brandon Feeney going to get himself back on the lead lap with this yellow. And it looks like they're calling for either a tow from the back or a push from the back.
Yeah, Elliott took a pretty good hit on the rear end there to the wall at the top of turn 3 and 4. Got the rear end up in the air, so might have broken something underneath that 36.
Gary Elliott will not let you tow his race car unless it is absolutely disabled.
Well, he got himself a push there.
Folded the body up.
Absolutely. The bodies on these cars aren't necessarily the strongest thing either. Some of them, just some fiberglass and whatnot, folds up rather easily.
That doesn't mean he's not prepared to go do a little off-roading with the car.
He will take the shortest distance to pit road.
And knowing Gary Elliott, if it's not broken, he's coming back out.
So this time they're going to open the hood on the 36 machine.
Potentially some concern, Adam, that maybe he's leaking some fluid onto his own tires. Something they might be looking at here, see if there's something they can fix up and try to stabilize that race car just a little bit.
Lights are turned out on the dark heating and air conditioning cleanup truck and tow truck.
I believe we're seeing some courtesy laps right now for the 36 of Elliott as they work on the car, and the hood going back down on the 36, which is either good news or bad news. Either means we fixed it, boss, you're good to go. You're screwed, boss, this is what you got.
Absolutely. Still sitting there on pit lane. We'll see if he does come back out here.
The active word is, who's the boss?
Oh, the driver's the boss.
Gary's always the boss. And here he comes back out onto the racetrack. Oh, there he goes. Pace truck off. We're getting set to go green once again. Danny Benedict on the inside. Triton Lapsevich up top. Green flag, and we're backing away. Benedict with a great launch on the inside. Lapsevich trying to get back up there. Kimball to the inside of Lapsevich, side by side down the back straightaway. Lapsevich with the advantage. Danny Benedict, your leader as they come across turn number 4.
Quick reminder there, the grassy area is off limits. Please stay up onto the pavement. That's for safety reasons, so don't go down on the grass near the fence. Thank you.
Top 6 nose to tail, a little bit of gaps here and there, but 6 of them single file. Then it's Mercer and Zardo. Side by side in a battle, Colton Everingham right behind.
Kimball's car is not behaving the way it was earlier on in the race. He is corners right there at the back, but the back end has been kicking out on that 16 car.
Gary Elliott off the base, bringing that 36 back to pit road.
Horner down on the inside of Kimball, the track champion for 2023. He's going to fall back to fourth. Here comes Bobby Cole. Trouble down at the entrance to pits.
Jason White goes around.
And
Out from the 09 for Stoddard.
The official call of that wreck was just a scream out of the front row of the tower.
Absolutely. You know something's going on when you hear "no" from the officials.
Yeah, I was going to try to reproduce it, and I thought nobody will enjoy that.
Your voice is just not that high pitched.
That's
No.
right.
Jason White in the 55.
Norm Stoddard in the 09 comes down pit lane as well.
Crew's having a look underneath the white 55. Work going on the front end of the Stoddard 09.
It's a little bit of work to be done on the front of that Stoddard 09. Kind of hanging off a little bit.
Well, Stoddard's been fighting the handling on that car the whole race. I mean, he's had a lot of issues on the track. I believe this might be the second caution he's been involved in.
You got to think too, these drivers are coming back. No heat races here tonight, so no opportunity really to make any major adjustments. Yes, they had a couple laps of practice, but track conditions a little bit different than what they had last week. Car's going to handle a little bit differently.
Now, I might be mistaken on the rules, but I think they had they could not change tires from what they qualified on. And these cars have not been on the track since Friday.
That definitely plays an effect as well.
Yeah, they had a practice on Friday. They had practice today, but they had practice last Friday, and they had qualifying last Friday, and they sat either on the trailer or wherever until this morning when they unloaded and had a 10-minute practice.
So I'm getting fed information through social media that Lane knew last night. Billy said he might have to drive the car today, but it really doesn't say why. But we also know Joe Chisholm Jr. is doing the spotting for the 46. Things you can pick up on social media. Thanks, Clint.
I saw some posts last night, actually at about 4 a.m. this morning, that they were tearing up their shop to try to put down a new floor. Maybe Billy's just tired today.
They did put down a new floor.
That's why the race car is here. They didn't have room for it.
Can't be parked in the garage. Might as well bring it to the racetrack.
That's right.
Creighton Lapsevich opting back to the second spot in the zero machine. James Horner right there in the 79.
We had a bit of contact on the back straightaway last lap. Jonah Bell, Tyler Junkin coming together. Bell got sideways off the nose of Junkin. Here comes Horner to the rear end of the Lapsevich machine, getting the nose up and under that one. Trying to work his way forward. The 79 of Horner all over the zero Lapsevich. Moves him up the racetrack. James Horner trying to get there. I think he might have a piece here.
Remember, we saw this earlier. Horner putting the pressure on Danny Benedict. Then Benedict eventually got the advantage and drove away. But Horner's car definitely fires off well.
100 laps left to go on this 167 lap Electric City race.
Looking towards the tail of the field, Graham and Paul Maltese were side by side. Graham gets back in line. Maltese there just outside, actually just inside the top 10, trying to chase down Colton Everingham.
For the second time today, we've seen James Horner pour the pressure on, not be able to finish the move, and then the car he was pressuring drive away.
I wonder if he's getting advice from his spotter to save the car. He's still got 90 plus laps to go.
Yeah, the spotters definitely are going to come into play today. These spotters know what they're talking about out there for sure, and potentially telling Horner to hang back a little bit. Lapsevich is driving very, very hard here so far. Maybe telling him that he's going to come back to you rather than you trying to get ahead of him.
Bit of a battle for fourth starting to form. Gord Shepard putting some pressure on Ryan Kimball. It's a battle for fourth spot in that 16. Not seeing the smoke coming out of the 16 of Ryan Kimball like we did earlier.
Benedict just a hair faster the last couple of laps. Dan Trayton Lapsevich in the 0. About a half a tenth of a second quicker.
Danny Benedict making quick work of one of the last tires. He's still at the 05. 09 of Norm Stoddard, who's had a lot of handling problems, seems to keep up the track. And someone's passing him quite quickly.
One thing to be wary of, and I think you just mentioned it, the 09 of Stoddard, his body kind of skewed out to the right, pointed out as a bit of a dagger. So if you get a bit too close to the side of that machine, you might end up puncturing your tire. As we see a battle of lap cars up here, Jason White, Tyler Junkin. Junkin wins out on that one as the field continues to try to work their way through the lap traffic. Gord Shepard up on the high side of the 04, now works his way to that 5th spot. Shepard trying to hold off Cousineau. Cousineau trying to close in that gap, followed by, just behind him, Jacob Mercer, Lane Zardo, and Colton Everingham.
Actually starting to see a lot more smoke coming out of that Crow's Gas number 16 of Ryan Kimball. You see it both in the entrance to 1 and the entrance to 3.
Again, Benedict picks up an advantage going around slower traffic. He's opened up about a dozen car length lead over Trayton Lapsevich. Boy, he had to really drop the anchor there in turn 3.
As he goes by the Jonah Bell 13 machine, that got a little bit hairy for Danny Benedict. Closed in a little bit quicker than he thought as Lapsevich going to go to the high side of Bell. Next car to go another lap down is Brandon Feeney behind the wheel of that 03 machine today. Benedict doing a nice job. As soon as he clears Feeney, he is going to have himself a bit of a gap out on the racetrack. As we see Gary Elliott moving on pit lane, I think that may just be a push to get him behind the wall.
Yeah, I think you're right. He slowly makes his way back into the grass behind pit lane. But the day ends early with Quaker State 36 of Gary Elliott.
Trayton Lapsevich to the high side of Feeney, clears him now, has his eyes set on the 54 of Benedict. All clear track ahead of Lapsevich, quite a gap ahead of Benedict as well to that 04 machine of Sean Walker. So watch for these drivers to start pulling away a little bit more for the rest of the field.
Halfway mark was shown to Danny Benedict as he came across the line last time.
Great battle for the 7th spot. Lane Zardo was putting some bumper to Mercer in the 81 last time by in 3 and 4. Now there's a bit of a gap, but they're closing in on some slower traffic, so things are going to get crowded from 6th back through 10th.
And speaking of crowded, Brent Graham just crowded Paul Maltese nearly into the wall here as they came off turn 4. Last time by is Kimball with contact from Junkin. Zardo around. Everything's happening at once.
Right front wheel of the 41 of Junkin completely turned the wrong direction.
That was quite a chain reaction there, and Lane Zardo got the worst of that one, getting airborne off the left rear corner of the Mercer 81. Look at the 46 car going, and I'd be surprised if Zardo doesn't come down pit road to at least have the crew take a look at what's going on in that 46 machine.
Yeah, you can see him slowing a little bit down here on the back straightaway.
He's got looks like a flat left front tire. Definitely sitting lower than it should. And some damage to the right front.
I think he may have slowed down just a little bit more to let his spotter get a good visual of the car, let the crew kind of know what to expect as he's coming down so they can be prepared to get that car repaired as quickly as possible. You do see the crew checking all the corners on that machine. Special attention to the right front on that Lane Zardo 46.
It looks pretty good from our vantage point. Ryan Kimball being held at the start-finish line. They're having a look under the right side of that 46.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he did get airborne there just a little bit. So you got to make sure that there's nothing broken underneath that 46. If it was handling a little bit off as he was trying to work his way back to pit lane, that could have been a sign for the crew to check that as well, as Zardo going to have a bit of an extended stay on pit lane.
So the crew is going to work down there. What the heck did they just take over to that side of the car?
And then that 09.
Trying to think of what they might be working. Like the headers are under there, the exhaust. Unless they're having to hold it up with something.
The tow truck is backing the 41 of Junkin into a pit stall instead of parking him behind the wall.
I think they might be looking at maybe potentially taking off a body panel on that thing. Looks like they were pulling at it a little bit with potentially a tire rod.
I think he's got a broken tie rod though, because the left front or the right front tire is completely bent the wrong direction.
Oh, you're right. Well, he's going to come back out onto the racetrack.
And Mikey, when he comes to you, grab the 46. He's coming out of the pits. He's going to go behind the purple 03.
So Zardo going to lose about 5 spots in that yellow.
100%. Not next stalls are going to stay in this corner.
He'll fall in line behind the Brandon Feeney 03 machine. All of those cars on the lead lap.
Feeney definitely taking advantage of the lucky dogs here today, but that's what they're there for, to get you back on the lead lap. And you got to get yourself in that lucky spot to get the lucky dog, and Brandon Feeney's done just that.
Zardo slots in between Maltese and the 03. They need Feeney ahead of the 46.
Just a little bit of shuffling to do here, get everyone into the correct position. We are just past halfway at this point, so top 10 as they run as of last time by. Danny Benedict, your leader, ahead of Trayton Lapsevich, James Horner, Ryan Kimball, and Gord Shepard, the top 5. Followed by Bobby Cousineau, Jacob Mercer, Colton Everingham, Brant Graham, and Paul Maltese. That's your top 10 as they run just past halfway, 81 laps to go.
I thought they might have been holding Ryan Kimball at the start-finish line as maybe an involved car, but he's back into his running spot.
Yeah, he has slotted back into that 4th spot, so not sure.
So we are coming up on our competition break here, where the field is going to be brought down pit road. They will not go to their pit stalls. I believe this is just an opportunity to top each of them up with fuel and send them back on their way. "86 laps complete of the scheduled 167. So JP makes an interesting point here, overhearing what the officials are talking about. The drivers are allowed to change tires. They just can't change for anything that's not on the car. Put the right front on the right rear, put the right rear on the left. Do whatever the heck you want with the 4 tires that are on the car, but they have to remain 4 tires on the car.
So you can do a rotation, you just can't bring in a new set, put them on that machine. You might see that. Maybe after wear on one of the corners wants to swap it out with the tire in a bit of better shape, but I doubt we'll see that.
I do not think we will see that myself.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV. Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on GeForce TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV. Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
7 laps of racing.
Somebody take him a can of spinach.
Good.
Lane Zardo is out of that 46 car himself, having a look at the right front. You can always tell Lane because he's got a green and yellow fire suit. There's a lot of yellow on it. Wait till he stands up. Doesn't have a ponytail, JP. He's bent over right now.
Oh, not the guy that's walking around?
No, not that guy. That guy. That fella is advanced in age.
Does he still have the mustache?
Lane?
Yeah, Lane had a pretty funky mustache.
I'm just trying to think when I introduced him. Okay, guys, if you can give it a 5-minute warning.
5-minute warning.
5 minutes left in this competition yellow. Take Lane most of that to get himself strapped back in.
So someone running to the 54 of Benedict with a jack as it's about to go up on the right side.
So they did have that car up on jack stands, so likely just taking those out now on the 54.
No, they're lifting
I don't
it
think
up.
so.
No,
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, they just carried stands over there. Hood going down on the 0 of Trayton Lapsevich. Uncle Jim messaged me, says he's just pacing his tires right now. Because the 0 car is just fine. Kimball's car still up in the air. Lane Zardo's still out of his car. Now he's overlooking at the right rear corner of that 46 machine. I believe we'll see him work his way around and climb back behind the wheel shortly. Gary Elliott in the 36. He's found new life.
I think
or maybe he's driving back to Truro.
I think he might be taking her to the hauler.
I don't know if the gate's open.
No gate on the back way.
Mini stock results have been posted. You've got 15 minutes if you don't like where you finished to come talk about it. Then it becomes official. It's not exactly how, it's not exactly how Bob Monroe barks it out. I've listened to that for 30 years now, but it'll do.
Yeah, I
You
finished
get the
last.
idea.
I don't like it.
I demand a recount.
Absolutely. Let's run the race over.
If Jim Clark doesn't stop looking at food,
As the clock ticks down, Benedict Carr still up on the right side.
see, the trouble is, if you just don't look at it, it's fine. Once you start looking at it, what that breakfast? Yeah, the concessions here are good. I approve of the Peterborough concessions. So a couple of crew members still underneath the 54 of Danny Benedict.
41 of Tyler Junkin back down on its wheels. Can't see if they've repaired that tie rod in. Benedict's car is going back down on its wheels as they pull the jack out from underneath it.
The hood still up on the 0 of Lapsevich, jacking up the left side on that car. Kimball still up on jack stands. Looks like they just took the right side down, so getting him back on all fours.
I don't understand the work going on. Like with the clock counting down, it looks like the Lapsevich crew has brought a jack stand over to the right side as though they want to jack that side of the car. Kimball's car has come down off the jack stands.
They're still torquing the wheel nuts.
The hood on the Kuzno 42 going back down. The hood on the 46 of Zardo going down. I believe he's climbed back behind the wheel of that 46 machine.
Lapsevich, the hood is back down as they're getting ready to drop it down on the ground. Still looking in the underneath of the Ryan Kimball car, 16.
Yeah, Kuzno's car is up in the air. The left side of it's jacked up.
Everyone else does look like they're back down and just about ready to go, but
I have a theory. If you gave these drivers 3 minutes, they would be done in 3.5 minutes. If you give them 20 minutes, they'll be done in 22 minutes.
absolutely.
1
They
minute
always
mark.
wait till the last second.
Yeah.
1 minute mark has been announced.
Most of the cars sitting lonesome on pit road. The crews have mostly gone back to their pit stalls. 86 laps complete in this one. 81 laps remain.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
I was nowhere near
No.
him.
I still had almost 30 years.
As my son put it, who's an avid Maple Leafs fan, the last time that the Maple Leafs won the Stanley Cup, it was still filmed in black and white. And so was racing at Peterborough Speedway. All the pictures are black and white from back then.
Absolutely. And you know, I think they have a decent roster this year. Maybe they'll make it through the second round. I can't say they'll go much further, but if I did, I wouldn't be allowed to go home to Ottawa.
In happier news, there's race cars on the track.
Absolutely.
We are going to have an Autumn Colors champion crowned at the end of this race.
And it looks like all of the cars have come back out except for the 41 of Junkin.
They continue to work on that car, though. Hats off to the crew down there.
Absolutely.
Showing no signs of quitting.
Every lap on a racetrack is another lap of experience gained. And you know, you might not be running up at the front, but you still want to complete as many laps as you can. Obviously putting your sponsors out on a showcase and also learning for the future.
I wonder how many laps Dave Frank's golf cart has.
Probably a lot. A lot of laps, that's for sure.
He's been around the block a time or two. Always good to see him at the races. He is a fixture.
Yeah, if you want to know where all the big races are in Ontario, just follow Dave Franks. And G-Force.
I believe the officials are satisfied with the lineup. We should be ready to double this field up.
Just give them a bit of heat in the engine before we fire.
Letting them build some heat into these things.
Yeah, a couple minutes on pit road definitely cools them down a little bit. You want to get the fluids back up to the proper temperatures for racing, and that's why we do give them a couple of laps, let them fill it out a little bit, get up to optimal temperatures, and get set to go green again. And of course it is Danny Benedict out front and Drayton Lapsevich just behind him. James Horner, Ryan Kimball, and Gord Shepard, the top five.
And then it's Ricky Bobby, the 42 of Bobby Cousineau, Jacob Mercer, Colton Everingham, Brant Graham, and the 23 of Paul Maltese.
That's your top 10. 2 more laps. So far, it's been Danny Benedict flexing his muscle in this one, able to lead most of the way so far. Drayton Lapsevich has had moments where he's shown great speed. James Horner in the 79, Ryan Kimball in the 16. Has been up and down, but he's still there in the top 5. Let's see if he's got anything in that Crow's Gas, number 16.
Full Coverings International pace truck, Peterborough Speedway pace truck. Lights are out. It's going to dip down to the infield for another Great Canadian RV green flag this time around.
back out. Benedict with some tire spinning there. Lapsevich able to get out front. Doesn't clear just yet. Now he does. Lapsevich going to lead us off into turn number 3, and he clears down in front of Benedict.
Kimball tries to close the door on James Horner. Horner was still there, didn't let it happen. They'll race side by side into 1 and 2. Trayton Lapsevich leads the way. Benedict, a little bit of a push there in turn 2.
Maltese trying to work the high side there just towards the tail end of the top 10. He's on the outside of Mercer. Mercer, Maltese, and Zardo all under a blanket as Benedict closing back in on the Lapsevich machine. Lapsevich leads over Benedict, followed by Horner, Kimball, and Shepard as Horner able to get back into his 3rd spot.
Lapsevich getting a great run off of turn number 2. Turn 4, they look pretty even. But Benedict charging the corners better than the race leader.
Benedict down, looking down on the inside as they go into 3. Lapsevich shuts the door.
Benedict wisely didn't drive it in. He didn't have the line just yet, but a little bit of contact in turn 2.
Yeah, Benedict was hungry. He wanted to get back out front. Takes a look, puts a nose in there, not able to get there, all over the rear end of Lapsevich. What this has done, though, is allow Horner to close that gap. Benedict going to take a peek to the inside once again, not able to get there. But Horner closing that gap. He's in the battle for the lead now.
Battle for 4th. That's Ryan Kimball, Gord Shepard, and Bobby Cousineau. Shepard put his nose in a couple of times. There was some contact 2 laps ago between the 10 of Shepard and the 16 of Kimball.
Battle rages on for the lead. Lapsevich running a smooth line in that 0. Danny Benedict definitely a little bit quicker on entry and through the center of the turns. But Lapsevich able to point that car in a straight line and really put the hammer down.
Lapsevich continues to lead out front, but Benedict all over that rear bumper. Just a little bit further back, we do have Kimball and Shepard battling out for 4th. Just behind them, Bobby Cousineau trying to close that gap as well. Work his way back into the top 5 as Benedict all over that Lapsevich machine. Once again, he takes a dive down through turn number 2.
Benedict right in the tire tracks of that number 0, the 79 of James Horner, keeping pace with the 2 leaders. They work down into 1 and 2. This time Benedict didn't open his entry to turn number 1. He's staying right behind the 0 with his nose to the inside, but didn't drive it deep into 3.
Benedict trying to get there once again, takes a look to the inside of Lapsevich. Lapsevich keeps opening up the inside, but then closing it right away, almost like he's hanging a carrot in front of Danny Benedict, as they're going to catch up on some lap traffic here shortly. That's the 04 of Sean Walker just ahead of them, and that might come into play as Benedict tries to make his move, takes another look all over the rear end, nearly gives him another bump as here comes Walker just ahead, and here comes Benedict trying to make that move.
Couple of passes, Charlie, in the last lap. Gord Shepard got around Ryan Kimball. Layton Zardo and Grant Graham both got around Jacob Mercer in the 81. All of those cars on the lead lap. Going around the Jason White 55. Benedict again right up on the back end. He's faster than Trayton all the way to the absolute exit of turn 2, right where they get to the pit exit. That's where Trayton's able to have the car in a straight line and really get on the throttle. Watch Benedict close in. Whoa, slower traffic, and Lapsevich gets a little bit squirrely there. Half a car length between the 2 leaders as they work down through 3 and 4. The battle for 3rd about to heat up as Gord Shepard closes in on James Horner.
Lots more of that smoke coming from the 16 of Ryan Kimball now as he goes into the entrances of turn 1 and turn 3.
Benedict closing in. This could be the moment. He gets up on the back end of Lapsevich, still shadowing that number 0 off of turn 2. Couple of slower cars, a half a straightaway ahead. They'll have to deal with them in a couple of laps. If you're Danny Benedict, do you want to make your move before you get to that traffic or wait till you get through? I think he wants to make that move before.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to have to navigate your way through the lap traffic while trying to make that pass. Coming up on the 09 is Stoddard. Stoddard going to go to the bottom. Just looking a little bit further back, we do have a battle here. Zardo on the inside. Everingham up top using the Jonah Bell 13 as a pick there. Able to get by Brent Graham trying to look to the inside of Zardo as the leaders go around the North Stoddard machine.
Contact in the battle for third. James Horner was shutting the door on Gord Shepard a couple of times. Shepard was there. Finally, he got sideways in four. Both Shepard and Ryan Kimball go by at the 79.
Yeah, Kimball slides up just a little bit there. Horner trying to get his way back to the bottom. Shepard just ahead. As that battle does continue between Lapsevich and Benedict up front as they look to go by Brandon Feeney.
Lapsevich to the outside on the back straightaway. He won't quite clear Feeney into three. Now he clears him on the front stretch. Danny Benedict does as well. Can Danny get the run here off of two? Big sweeping move through turn number two, but Benedict still only able to get to about 2 feet off the back bumper of Lapsevich.
Danny Benedict takes a look to the inside of Lapsevich. Lapsevich up top, Benedict down low. Side by side through turn number 4. Lapsevich at the line still holds that top spot, but Danny Benedict, the preferred line, as he moves back to the lead off of turn number 2.
Lane Zardo and Stoddard in the 09 making some contact there as we continue to battle for the lead. Danny Benedict now up high with Lapsevich down low.
Lapsevich trying to return the favor. Danny Benedict trying to hold that lead on the outside. That's got to be tough. And that just allows Gord Shepard to make up some ground in that third spot.
Well, that's the key point. Gord Shepard going to be able to close that gap as they continue to race side by side for the lead. Benedict can see relief out his windshield in that slower traffic if he can get there and use a slower car as a pick. But Drayton Lapsevich with the preferred inside groove. They continue to battle side by side.
3 wide down in turn number 3 and 4. Benedict has to back out of it.
It was a battle of wills between the top two.
With 50 laps to go now. Sean Kennedy gets all kinds of sideways in turn number 2.
Lapsevich up on the high side going by Jonah Bell in the 13 and the 55 to Jason White. Those two lappers do go a lap down. Here comes the 10 of Gord Shepard. If he can make quick work of these lap bars, he might be right up in that lead lap battle here within the next handful of laps. Lapsevich continues to lead with just 48 laps to go.
That Shepard number 10 is looking pretty sporty out there. Let's have a look at the lap times next time by with all of them in clear traffic. Lapsevich leading the way. Danny Benedict right on his tail. Gord Shepard about half a straightaway back. Benedict with a bit of a bump on the 0 of Lapsevich in turn 2. He'll drive to the inside in 3.
Contact continues between the two leaders off of turn number 4. It continues to be Lapsevich ahead of Benedict, but here comes the 10 of Gord Shepard trying to close that gap. Benedict was quickest last time by, but Shepard not too far off of his pace as they come off turn number 4.
Danny Benedict is just able to hook the inside of turn 2 so well in that 54. Lapsevich smooth all the way around in the 0, but watch how fast Benedict is entering turn 1 all the way to the exit of 2.
Gord Shepard posting the fastest lap last time by at a 14.518. Now a 14.558.
Whoa, contact between Colt and Everingham.
And the 13 of Jonah Bell. That got a bit sketchy there off of turn number 4. Now Bell and White side by side. That's just ahead of the 81 machine of Jacob Mercer. Mercer kind of getting trapped there in the lap traffic. Brant Graham all over the rear end of Lane Zardo. That is your battle for the 8th spot.
Benedict making a hard charge on the inside. of Lapsevich down the backstretch, coming around 3 and 4. He is going to be your new leader as they cross the line.
Well, Benedict had to see Gord Shepard getting bigger and bigger in his rearview mirror. Trayton Lapsevich trying to cross him over there on the exit of 2. Didn't get a good enough run to make that move. Now let's see if Benedict can drive away from the 0 of Trayton Lapsevich.
Benedict out front, Lapsevich second, Shepard third, as Kimball all over the rear end of the 09, and Norm Stoddard, that is for fourth. Benedict trying to work his way quickly through the lap traffic, trying to create a gap between himself, Lapsevich, and Shepard as he goes by the 04, the 13, and the 03 down here off of turn number 4.
Benedict doing a great job with the first couple of slower cars. He clears them on the front stretch, and you can see it really paid dividends in turns 1 and 2 as he picks up about 8 car lengths on Lapsevich. Now more traffic for the race leader as he goes around Brandon Feeney on the front straightaway. Lapsevich now closing in on Feeney. He'll make that move on the outside of turn 1 with Gord Shepard closing in on the 0 machine.
Yeah, one thing to note from the drop of the green flag here today, Danny Benedict's car is handled really well. Been able to hook the corners, get to the bottom, and work his way around. Trayton Lapsevich hasn't handled as well, but he's been able to make his car really wide, which is what kept him out front for as long as it did. He's going to have his hands full, though, with Gord Shepard, as Shepard making a great pace through the field.
Ryan Kimball holding down the 4th spot. He has pulled away from James Horner in the 79. Bobby Kuzno in the 42. What's been most impressive to me is how Kuzno's been able to find himself just a little pocket to run in all day long. Hasn't really put that car at risk. Done a great job out there.
That's exactly it. Kuzno's done a nice job keeping it clean, keeping it quick, but not putting himself at risk at all. He's kept himself in contention for a top 5. He's not too far back from Horner, as Horner's trying to close in on Kimball, but looking up at the front here, Danny Benedict has put cars between himself and Lapsevich. That is Paul Maltese, the 11th place car that goes the lap down, as Lapsevich on the outside of Maltese.
With 30 laps to go, all Danny Benedict wants is green flag racing.
Absolutely.
Restarts have not been good for him the last couple of restarts. So if this race stays green, it's Danny Benedict's race to lose.
Just behind the Graham machine, Norm Stoddard got a little bit bent out of shape, nearly split up into that 18 of Jacob Mercer as Mercer was going on by. Now Mercer clears him. Taking a look here, Horner is clearing in on Kimball as the smoke has reemerged on that 16 of Kimball.
Kimball clears the Feeney 0-3. Now James Horner going to try to do the same thing. Look at that gap. It's a dozen car lengths between first and second, but Danny Benedict closing in on a big pack of slower traffic.
That's exactly it. He's going to have to work his way through Norm Stoddard as well as the 04 machine of Sean Walker. Jonah Bell just ahead as well, and then that's the 81 of Jacob Mercer, the 10th place car, not too far ahead of Danny Benedict, as Benedict has to go from high side to low side and now gets trapped just a little bit, slipping through the middle.
Did a nice job threading the needle there between Sean Walker and Norm Stoddard. Trayton Lapsevich making quick work of Stoddard. He'll head to the outside of Walker as they close in on Jonah Bell.
Blue flag displayed to Jonah Bell as well as the other lap cars as Lapsevich and Shepard go on by. Shepard still trying to close the gap here on Trayton Lapsevich. And that's what Danny Benedict wants to see. He wants to see those two battling behind him so he can set sail and work his way forward.
Benedict all by himself on the back straightaway. Plenty of traffic ahead of him though. You know, it's the lesser of two evils. Do you want to deal with that lap traffic, or are you hoping for a yellow in the restart? I think Benedict would take the lap traffic and take his chances.
Absolutely, and as Danny Benedict comes around this time, 20 laps to go.
Lapsevich dealing with a mirror full of Gord Shepard. Shepard looking to try and upset the Lapsevich ruling of that for one of those two top spots that he's held all day long.
I think Gord Shepard at this point a little bit quicker than the Zero of Lapsevich, but not enough to really make a move. Danny Benedict had a spot on the track where his car was lights out fast. I don't know that Gord Shepard has that one spot where he can really make a charge.
Mercer about to go down a lap with Danny Benedict right on his back bumper. I don't think Mercer is going to go quietly down that lap. Benedict looking on the high side.
The battle is alive and well there for second. Shepard did give the bumper to Lapsevich last time off the back straightaway into 3. Now having to go by Feeney on the bottom. Lapsevich just ahead of Shepard. Shepard trying to work the high lane, trying to get a run off of turn number 4 as Danny Benedict has put the 81 machine of Jacob Mercer a lap down. That's the 10th place car. Next in line to go a lap down is the 14 of Brant Graham and the 46 of Lane Zardo.
15 laps to go for Danny Benedict out in front. The racing is hot and heavy out ahead of the 54, and the battle for second rages on with Gord Shepard keeping the pressure on the Zero of Lapsevich.
That is a lot of lap traffic ahead of Danny Benedict there, led by 2.7 seconds last time at the line, but if he doesn't make quick work of this lap traffic, which he has thus far, that could change things a little bit.
He did a great job of getting around the cars that are multiple laps down. Now he's closing in on cars that are still on the lead lap.
And this is the battle for 7th ahead of him here. They're not going to move over too easily.
No, they're not going to make life too simple on Danny Benedict in the 54 as he closes in on Brant Graham.
Couple of high school classmates. Oh, trouble!
Horner and Kimball. Lapsevich
oh
and Graham as well.
What a job by Danny Benedict.
That was some amazing stick handling by Danny Benedict as Horner and the 16 of Ryan Kimball went around for a little loop-de-loop together.
You know, there's times when you have to race through an accident. Not at full bore, but you've got to keep your speed up. And there's times you just have to get stopped, let it develop, and pick your line through.
Exactly.
This is one of those moments I wish we had the instant replay, because the pirouette between Horner and Kimball was perfectly timed together all the way around the whole turn that they did.
It was a beautiful piece of synchronized spinning as Brant Graham trying to work his way around to get back to the tail end of the lead lap. Jacob Mercer, who just went down a lap, will get his lap back. And I don't think Danny Benedict will be happy about a restart.
No.
He has to pick up his pace.
Absolutely, and you know, now having this restart, you welcome Gord Shepard up into that picture right from the drop of the flag. And Shepard's been a very, very quick car here over the last number of laps. He's been all over the back of Trayton Lapsevich. Lapsevich has a good shot at this as well, but Benedict, he's battled wheel spin on the last couple of restarts. He's got to make sure that's not an issue this time.
Here's what's going on with his restarts. Danny Benedict is doing it exactly by the book. He's got to throw the book away.
Absolutely.
He's following the pace truck, and he's maintaining pace truck speed through 3 and 4, so that when he hits the gas from the inside, he's still turning, and he spins the tires, where Trayton Lapsevich on the outside has a nice smooth arc. He needs to cheat a little bit. When the pace truck pulls off, he's got to roll into the throttle and not keep it at a crawling speed, so it's not such a drastic acceleration off of turn 4. Otherwise, he's a sitting duck for the Zero of Lapsevich.
That's absolutely it. You're going from standing still practically to throttle down, full throttle, hammer to the floor, and that's what's leading to the wheel spin, like you mentioned, for Danny Benedict.
You could do it if you were in a straight line.
That's it. But you're coming off at turn 4, and with the way that this track is too, you're already preparing to turn into the next corner, so you really have to nail that restart. And I think the restart here is going to be the difference maker between finishing first and second.
Jim Lapsovich just sent me a photo of Dave Frank's first work at the racetrack. It's a chariot race. And I won't even tell you what Wendy sent.
Okay, and then what?
He's upgraded from a horse to a golf cart.
Right? What a show this is going to be, race fans. 11 laps to settle the score. So they'll move the 79 of James Horner up behind the Brant Graham 14. The 81 of Jacob Mercer just got the free pass. He will be the final car on the lead lap. And James Horner is probably saying, why is the 16 not back with me?
Absolutely.
There's a yellow and green car. We haven't heard anything yet from the tower as to whether Kimball is going to join James Horner. And Kimball brings the 16 down pit road. That left front looks to be squatting awfully low on that 16. And the right front looks to be pointed to the right.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see on that 16 machine. He's definitely had some issues thus far here with the smoking heading into the corners, and now just further issues for that 16 at Kimball.
How about Bobby Cousineau up into 4th, Colton Everingham up into 5th? Good drive for them.
Absolutely, and like you mentioned, Cousineau put himself into a bubble here early on in the race, able to just maintain his spot throughout, and now finds himself in the outside of the second row. If Lapsovich gets a really good start and Cousineau reacts perfectly, he could find himself on the podium.
It's been a fun race to watch.
The hood up on that 16 of Kimball, now going back down, and the crew kind of moving slowly. I think that machine potentially could be done for the day.
Yeah, I was looking for schedule too.
So I believe Jordan Buster was in Charlotte last week spotting for Alex Gannett.
That's
I believe
right.
he would be here spotting for Danny Benedict. Let's see how Benedict works this restart. It does look like a faster pace even for the pace truck. Little bit quicker, little bit quicker. Much better restart that time for Benedict, able to keep that speed up. Lapsovich second, he'll slot down in line right behind the 54.
Yeah, great jump there for Benedict out front ahead of Lapsovich. Battles on for third. Shepard on the inside. Good.
Everingham goes around.
Lock it down, lock it down. And James
Horner goes off.
I believe James Horner might have been getting pushed by Paul Maltese in the 23 to the point. Look at the tire tracks. Up to the point where he's like, I can't turn left.
He had the brakes locked up going into turn 1, and he hats off to not losing it and down into the wall.
Well, hats off for him having the wherewithal to turn right, to realize, look, if I turn left, I'm going to hit that Uke tire head on. If I turn right, I just have to make a few turns back there behind the tech shed and come back out on the racetrack. So we are still 11 laps to go.
'23 of Paul Maltese actually gets the lucky dog.
Well, he'll be the last.
I thought he was still on the lead lap.
42, 46, 48, 14.
Yep, they're going 46. They're going to pull.
81, 79.
So Lane Zardo's an accident car, but Ryan Kimball wasn't. That's why I have a microphone and not an official's radio.
That's right.
I'm just going to stand back here and mind my business. No. Mark just turned around and laughed like, yeah, right.
Looking at where Ryan Kimball is, does it matter?
It still does matter. It's principle. Not the end of the world. Zardo will go to the back. He'll restart 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In the 10th spot, net 46.
Still going to have 11 laps to try to work his way forward. See if he can get back to where he was running.
He'll be 9th on the restart as the 23 falls back behind him.
I believe Colton Everingham.
Everingham choosing his position on the grid.
I think Colton Everingham got what he wanted, because I'm sure he would rather restart on the inside than be up on the outside.
I was just going to say, Everingham is just kind of holding for an inside spot.
You go ahead, Lane. All right, pace truck gonna pull off. Danny Benedict got a great restart last time. Trayton Lapsevich gonna try it again as they come to the green flag.
Lapsevich a little better start, but Benedict still holding that inside preferred line.
Even a dead even start is better for Benedict than what. Whoa! Grant Graham gets all sorts of squirrely down there. Keeps that spot. Graham running in the 5th position up front. Danny Benedict, but Trayton Lapsevich has a big run off
Graham
the two.
around. Grant Graham around into the infield there. Jonah Bell, the 13, goes around as well down at turn number 3. Cautions out once again with 10 laps to go. Danny Benedict, Trayton Lapsevich, Gord Shepard, Bobby Cousineau, and James Horner, the top 5.
All right, James Horner, I believe, is being scored as involved.
Yeah, this is going to work out better for Lane Zardo and Colton Everingham, because Horner's going to get put to the back, Grant Graham is going to go to the back, and that's going to put Zardo up into the top 5.
So I guess it didn't hurt too much to be involved in the last caution and have to go to the rear of the lead lap cars.
Push truck going to rescue Jonah Bell in the 13. 10 laps remain, and I can't stress this enough, how good and clean the racing has been at the front of this field.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the odd bumper being laid here and there, but that's normal short track racing. These drivers have not used each other up, not wrecking each other for spots. I mean, we still tend to go, anything can happen, but yeah, these drivers have shown a lot of respect for each other.
And I'm surprised Gord Shepard hasn't been able to keep pace with these two on the restarts.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do here on this next restart. You have to treat every restart here out as the final restart, because you never know if you're going to get another one.
I just wonder if Gord Shepard's waiting for these two to make a mistake in front of him and him go around. It wouldn't be the first time he's won that way.
Absolutely not. And I think if there is a mistake at the front, it might be a forced mistake amongst the two of them when they come together, because these two are very much closing each other down on the corners and trying to limit the opportunities each one has.
I think the word's competitive.
Absolutely.
They are all that.
Cautions will count on the next caution, although there's only 10 laps to go. Danny Benedict with a great start on the inside of Lapsevich. Gord Shepard, Bobby Cousineau.
Everybody checking up, giving each other a little bit of space, but not too much. Lane Zardo working on that 4th spot from Bobby Cousineau in the 42. Out in front, it's Benedict by a car length and a half over Trayton Lapsevich.
Yeah, Benedict continues to lead out front over Lapsevich. Shepard there in 3rd. The drivers battling for 4th is Zardo and Cousineau leaning on each other as they work their way through turns 3 and 4. Benedict out front, Lapsevich and Shepard the top 3.
Frank Graham to the inside of Colton Everingham. Everingham will roll out a little bit, let Graham go by, settle back to the 7th spot, but up front, it's all Danny Benedict trying to stretch that advantage. They are running nearly identical lap times.
Absolutely. Very, very close lap times. Like you mentioned, just a tiny difference. Benedict a little bit wide there off of turn number 4. Battle on a little bit further back corner. And Everingham side by side. That's the battle for that 7th and 8th spot as Benedict comes up on a slow car. Norm Stoddard, that could have been hairy. As Drayton Lapsovich trying to close that gap here with just 4 laps to go. It's Benedict out front.
That was definitely a moment there for Danny Benedict as they come by the stripe this time. It'll be 3 laps to go. Whoa, again, Stoddard up the track. Lane Zardo had to take evasive action.
Black flag displayed for Norm Stoddard that time by. The 09 slow ahead of the lead lap cars. Benedict around, popsicle sticks in the air, 2 laps to go.
2 more times around for Benedict in the 54 as he extends that gap over the 0 of Lapsovich. Through 3 and 4, the white flag in the air means 1 lap to go.
Danny Benedict leads the way down into turn number 1. He has a clear track ahead of him. Lapsovich trying to close that gap. Shepard just behind as they head for turn number 3 for the final time.
The KOD Disposal Electric City 167 to Danny Benedict. Drayton Lapsovich 2nd, Gord Shepard 3rd, Lane Zardo 4th with Bobby Cousineau rounding out the top 5. What a show these late model drivers put on. A little bit of push and shove, but for the most part, good, respectful short track racing. A great show for the fans. Boy, oh boy, the restarts were exciting, Robert, but Danny Benedict ultimately, I think, had the best car today.
Absolutely. The way he was able to handle those corners was just phenomenal here today. Nobody else really had the same cornering that Benedict did. Him and Lapsovich were the class of the field from the drop of the green flag, but we cannot discount the effort here today by Gord Shepard, as well as Lane Zardo and Bobby Cousineau to round out that top 5. Congratulations to Danny Benedict and his team, and again, a shout out to Jordan Buster, his spotter. Had to work him through those restarts and that lap traffic that got a little hairy ahead of him here, and now they can add Autumn Colors Classic champions to the resumes here.
So one of the ones is a late model racer in Ontario that you want to be able to go out and score. Is Benedict going to turn around and give these crowds give the crowd a display? How about a round of applause for the driver from Orono and the North Country Property Maintenance 54, Danny Benedict.
Great drive here today by Benedict. Kimball going to come around to congratulate Benedict here.
Is it a thumb or a finger? I think it's a thumb.
I think it's a thumb as well. Hopefully. I don't think they got together here today.
No, I don't think so. I think all is well.
Absolutely. Benedict going to work his way to victory lane. He's going to be excited.
I think he's going to be pretty darn pleased. Charlie Toner is down on the scene. In the Dart Heating and Air Conditioning victory lane, we will leave things to Charlie Toner.
Hey, big guy. North Country Property Maintenance number 54. Great big smile on a very happy Danny Benedict, an Autumn Colors champion, Danny Benedict. He's just needed a sip of water after 167 laps. Big congratulations all around down here. As I here to Benedict, yeah, let's go out front here, Danny. You know, you've seen the Dart Heating and Air Conditioning victory lane a few times in your career. What's it feel to be an Autumn Colors champion?
Man, I tell you what, I've been coming to this race for probably 20 years now. As a young lad here watching McCaddy, Kimball, Mercer, all those guys go at it for so many years, and then, man, to finally add my name to that list, it's pretty special.
Now, you had a hard race, so that was a tough race between you and Lapsevich, and you kept trading the lead a few times. Did you have anything more to spare if you had to get around Lapsevich again?
No, I don't think so. That was pretty much all she had there, and I was trying my best not to rough him up, and he was getting nice and low off it too, and that's where I was getting my run. So a couple times I just hopped on the throttle a little early and got into him, and so apologies to him for that, but he came over and shook my hand. He's a hell of a race car driver. I've always said he's going to be one of the best, and you know, he proves it every time he's in a car, so it's awesome to race against him.
All right, you got a few people you want to thank, don't you?
Oh yeah, I gotta thank all my sponsors, North Country Property Maintenance, Mobile One, GTA Fabrication, B&W Enterprises, Flathead Design. Teej Group came on board for Delaware. That was awesome. Big thanks to Epic Racewear for continuing to support us. Botto Auto Services. I gotta thank my whole family. They've always been right behind me since day one. I gotta thank my whole crew. They work their ass off every week, and just yeah, thanks to fans for sticking it out. Sorry it's a week late, but thanks for coming out.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for an Autumn Colors champion, Danny Benedict. Now, I've seen this guy racing since, I don't know, since you were that high?
Yeah, probably.
Now, you had a hard fought. You made it to the podium here for the second place finish at Autumn Colors. Did you have anything left for Danny?
No, I was giving him all I could. He was definitely a little bit better. Tried to make some adjustments at the halfway, but just couldn't quite get the car where we needed to be. But just a big thanks to the whole GSR team for hauling out here another weekend to Peterborough. It was a good race, and we gave them all we had anyways.
So what's next on the big wanted finish and want to do here for Trayton Lapsevich?
I'm not sure right now. We're trying to work on our plans for next year, but it's all up in the air right now.
So no secrets to let out yet?
No secrets yet.
All right, give it up. Finishing in the second spot. Give it up for Trayton Lapsevich. Man, seeing you up here on the podium, you're always been a part of Autumn Colors, and sometimes you've been a little further ahead than third spot, but an impressive finish. You had a lot of fighting just to get to that spot.
We did. I think we had a good long run car. Me and Trayton there fought her out a bit there. I think if we didn't have the cautions, I think we could have got a second, but third it is today, and at least one piece.
And it's always good to see the smoke machine get around the track here at Canada Stuff is Third Mile Oval for Autumn Colors. You've been coming to Autumn Colors for a while.
Yeah, probably about at least 30 years. But I gotta thank our crew who work hard in the car, sponsors. Paragon's here today. I thank them for sponsoring us. Gotta thank Peter Shell as well. I thank 400 Transmission, Bromley Automotive, Northway Truck Stop, and Auto Trim. Mikey does a great job keeping the car looking nice each week. And I thank my wife and everybody that helps us out get here.
All right, give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Parking it in the third spot for the Electric City 167 KOD Disposal Late Models, Gord Shepard. Gord Shepard.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
You're so tasty.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on GeForce TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere. Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Has to talk during this race, you know all hell's broken loose.
Absolutely.
If he just stays back there and stays calm, everything's gone
It's been
exactly
a nice,
to
smooth
plan.
day.
And then I oversee Alex.
Hey?
I said I get to oversee Alex.
And then JP oversees Alex, exactly.
And then everybody pats each other on the back.
I can say that because I spent many years on the receiving end having an earpiece, and the things Alex would say while I was standing in front of a live crowd.
I can just imagine.
You probably could. And it's exactly what you would think. Fun times. So late model crews vacating pit road, heading back up to the pit area. Danny Benedict. The pictures have been taken, goes and shakes Jeff Lapsovich's hand. He'll give the checkered flag back to Dave Franks and drive that North Country Property Maintenance 54 down into Tech Lane.
Nolan?
JP, what did that race pay to win?
This one?
No, the late models.
Yeah, that one.
$5,000. That's one of the
not
best
bad.
paying late model races of the season, I would say.
Nice Saturday afternoon payday.
That's worth getting out of bed.
Yeah.
600 to start.
600 to start, 5,000 to win. So a great payday for, drivers like Jonah Bell, Norm Stoddard. It might not pay for the body work they've got to replace, but it's good to come out and have a good time and be able to put some change in your pocket at the end of the day.
But the good thing about that, last race of the year, they're probably going to replace the body anyways, so.
Hey, it pays better than being an announcer.
It does.
Yeah, but our tire bill is way more friendly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your one job to charge the radio this week. I charged them, yes. I charged them this morning.
Here come the hot rods.
I think Feeney's in there just doing some arm stretches.
Yeah, we had that conversation. This is going to be like a dream for him. These are just fun-looking race cars.
Yeah, I love the classic look of all these cars. Kind of a throwback to some of the early days of racing. You see Dan Price working his way out onto the racetrack there from the infield as well.
But that was Dan Price's weekly race car.
It was, yeah.
That's the coolest pit cart ever. Looks like a bone stock.
Yeah. I guess that's an easy way to get the tires and such out there. Rather than carrying them out by hand, just put them in a bone stock. But you're right,
Now,
Charlie, that is Dan Price's old weekly race car.
And Price would have been on the infield because he's a crew person for Danny Benedict.
Yeah.
So let's give you the starting lineup as they've taken shape on the front straightaway. On the pole from Oro Medonti, the Fox's Bakery and Deli, Tire Depot Barry, HMCW, it's a 1966 Pontiac Beaumont, the two of Tyler Hahn. On the outside of the front row, from Orno, the Bromley Automotive, Peterbilt Race Cars, it's a 1972 Javelin, the 6W is Rick Spencer Walt.
I suspect that Feeney's going to get a black flag. Look at the exhaust.
Starting third from Hawkins Corner, the Bromley Automotive, Peterbilt Race Cars. Number 31, it's a 1966 Ford Thunderbird, A.J. Ems. To his outside from Port McNichol, the Babrant Construction Fox's Bakery and Deli, number 20 to 1964 Dodge Polara for Luke Janak. Next in line behind the wheel of the number 48. Precision Specialized, WildSprinting.com, Tracy Ellis, PC 275 Realty. Out of Woodstock, it's a 1968 Chevelle. The 48 is Connor Ellis. Oh, it's a Ford something. The official word from Dave is it's a Ford something.
That's my favorite model of Ford.
Number 87 out of Trout Creek. Dan's Appliance Repair, Cavan, Ontario. Junior's Tire, North Bay sponsored entry. It's a 1956 Ford Fairlane for John Lavelle. Car number 88 from North Bay, the TSS Top Shops. Near North Hydro Seed, number 88. It's a 1968 Chevelle for Jeremy McLean. Up next, in the Foster Motorsports 1-800-Drywall.ca, Jenko Equipment, number 17 out of Holland Landing. It's a 1969 Chevelle for Matt Spry. Driving the 13 from Port Perry, the KCM Metals, ThinkPath Designs, Michael Kelly's Restaurant, Screwgog Transmission, 1959 Pontiac Bonneville for the 13 of Ryan Cowan. The 04W out of Bethany, the Walker Motorsports, Napa Pine Ridge, Oshawa, CDT Hydrovac TP, contracting number 04W, it's Sean Walker. The 09 from Pontypool, the Cochrane Automotive, Landon's Tree Service, James Hill Farms, inside of Winds. They put a lot of miles on these haulers. Overflow coming out the back of the Tyler Hahn number 2 as he scrubs those tires. And you can even see as they work heat into the tires that there is not a lot of grip right now.
These cars are absolutely beautiful right now. Hopefully they're still in great shape by the end of it, but just really cool to see all these classic cars out here on the racetrack.
And I know it's not the same car, but watching Brandon Feeney smoke at the back like that reminds me of Uncle Doug. What kind of car was that he drove? I was just waiting for the big backfire.
I don't know, but I almost want to think that it was a Dodge Dart, to tell you the truth.
It's similar. What a classic movie. I miss John Candy every day.
Yeah, my nieces and nephews call me Uncle Chuck.
Oh, that's all right. Do you make them giant pancakes?
Absolutely.
So Jim Clark tells us there's a gas station in Trenton that has a pair of John Candy's pants framed on the wall. Two more laps of pacing and then we'll set them loose. Tyler Hahn in the 2, Rick Spencer Walt in the 6W. Amanda Balson working night shift this weekend, so she couldn't make it out, but she wishes everybody luck. Hopes you all have a great day.
It's been a pretty great day so far. White flag. We're going to go green next time.
Lights are out on the Floor Coverings International Peterborough Speedway official pace truck as it's going to dip down on the infield. We're going to turn them loose with a Great Canadian RV green flag as they come out of 4.
30 laps the distance. I have a feeling these first couple of laps, these drivers will have their hands full as Rick Spencer Walt holding Tyler Hahn down on the inside. All sorts of loose down into 1 and 2, but he keeps his foot in it. And he clobbers it. Now, these two had words in Victory Lane at Delaware Speedway a couple of weeks ago.
He was just giving him a good, push off,
Oh, trouble. Dan Price around off of turn number 4.
The Cowboy lassos it here on the front straight. Gonna get that machine spun back around.
In Victory Lane at Delaware Speedway, Rick Spencer-Walt was disappointed because Tyler had used him up on a pass and driven away, so they couldn't really battle it out to the finish. And it looks as though that same passion has spilled over to this weekend.
Already sharing words out there on the track and sharing body panels.
Giving each other advice as to how to go fast.
Yeah, let's go with that. Some speed tips.
Guys, this is your last warning.
Listening to Dave Gainforth, the boss over the radio, saying this is their last warning. I'm going to go on the record and say, no, it's not. Dave Gainforth's been doing this a long, long time.
So have they.
So have they.
Who told them about what? 20 over 48. 20 over 48.
Message being delivered. Janak in the 20 car going to go to the outside of row number 2. White flag being displayed. The lineup is good. And really, if you're Connor Ellis, you have no problem lining up 5th instead of 4th.
Absolutely not, especially with the heat that you have up front already.
So Rick Spencer-Walt doing exactly what you need to do on the outside. Keep that left front as close to out in front of the leader as you can, so when you come off of 4, they'll be even.
Crowds him down a little bit there into turn number 1. Rick Spencer-Walt up on the high side, Tyler Hahn down low. Hahn clears out to the lead. Spencer-Walt says, no, not so fast. I'm going to try to get back under you.
Now they'll settle in, try to get some laps underneath them. Hahn out in front, Spencer-Walt second. AJ Ems in the 31, runs in the 3rd spot. They've got a gap back to Janak in the 20 and Connor Ellis in the 48.
Yeah, M's in that 3rd spot, trying to close the gap on the leaders, but also maybe trying to maintain a little bit of a gap between them in case they do come together. Now he has an opportunity to clear on through as Tyler Hahn continues to lead here on lap number 5. 4 laps in the book.
Rick Spencer-Walt 6W looks like quite a handful right now. I would imagine any fuel that was coming out of the 2 with Tyler Hahn. I don't think there's still anything coming out in the overflow, but there might have been a bit of that in the opening lap or 2.
As the Sean Walker machine a little bit slow there on the high side, falls back to the tail of the field. Tyler Hahn continues to lead. Rick Spencer-Walt second. AJ Ems third. Luke Diniak fourth, and Connor Ellis rounding out the top 5 as the battle for second heating up just a little bit more here. Ems closing the gap.
Got AJ Ems all over the back end to Rick Spencer-Walt as they come off of turn number 2. About a car length and a half between 2nd and 3rd. Up ahead, Tyler Hahn going around the Sean Walker 0-4. He has to check up a little bit. That allows Rick Spencer-Walt to close the gap on a race leader.
Yeah, Rick Spencer-Walt closing the gap on Tyler Hahn. Hahn on the bottom. Spencer-Walt entered about a lane higher. A little bit loose off of turn number 4, but he's closed that gap quite a bit. They are catching the 38 of Brandon Feeney. Feeney just ahead of them as they head through turns 3 and 4. Feeney on the bottom. Hahn up top. Rick Spencer-Walt going to stay low as he closes up right to the rear bumper of Tyler Hahn.
Rick Spencer-Walt is really attacking these turns in that number 6. The Hahn number 2 is rotating a little better. He's able to point it off the corner faster, but Rick Spencer-Walt is really charging the turns.
Absolutely, and towards the tail of the field, just ahead of the leaders. Battles on for ninth between Dan Price and John Lavelle. Lavelle trying to close that gap on Dan Price. Price holding on to ninth. They go to the bottom. Lavelle goes low. Price next to get a lap down. As the leaders go on by, very tight with the lap cars, but these cars take up a lot of space on the racetrack as Hahn continues to lead over Rick Spencerwalt here on lap number 13.
It almost looks like when they have to go off the bottom line around slower cars that Rick Spencer-Walt might be a little quicker than the two.
Yeah, you can definitely see a difference in the pace depending on the line that they're running. AJ M's trying to work his way through Lavelle and Price here. Price shown the blue stripe flag. He drops to the bottom. AJ M's goes on by. Quite a gap back from second to third as Rick Spencerwalt continues to try to close that gap. We're coming around to cross flags. Cross flags in the air, 15 down, 15 to go.
On a little bit quicker that lap than Rick Spencer-Walt. Rick trying to keep pace with that two machine, but Hahn's car looks like it gets a little bit better each and every lap, although that time got a little bit loose in turn 4. And Rick Spencer-Walt, if you're driving that 6W, you just want to keep the two in your sights. You can see the slower traffic up ahead. It's going to be a factor.
That's exactly it. He's trying to set himself up nicely here because that is a pack of 4 lap cars up ahead, including Brandon Feeney, the 17 of Matt Spry in that pack as well. As they come along here, 12 laps to go.
Well, here we go. Tyler Hahn going to have to swing to the outside. Spencer-Walt looks like he might have been a little faster that lap anyhow. Whoa, Spencer-Walt gets all sorts of sideways on the outside of Brandon Feeney. Gives up a few car lengths to the race leader.
Just ahead of the race leader, Tyler Hahn, is where you find the 17 of Matt Spry, the 88 of Jeremy McLean, and the 13 of Ryan Cowan. Just ahead is Lawson McCowan up here. That is the 04 of Sean Walker, just ahead of the race leaders as well.
Slower traffic moving to the bottom of the track. Spencer-Walt again with an issue on the high side of 1 and 2. Loses some ground. He'll try to gather it back in and close that gap again on Tyler Hahn.
On goes by the 88 of Jeremy McLean. That puts the 7th place car 1 lap down. Now going by the Sean Walker 04 machine. Rick Spencer-Walt trying to close that gap. He's going to try to maintain the bottom here behind that 04 machine. Hahn able to clear by. Rick Spencer-Walt trying to make quick work of Sean Walker as well. AJ M slowly closing that gap on the top 2. I don't think he's going to have time to get there as we are just 6 laps to go here.
And Rick Spencer-Walt has a lot of speed in that 6W, but it is not comfortable speed for that driver.
That's exactly it. As we come around, 5 laps to go this time. Hand in the air, 5 fingers shown to Tyler Hahn. Hahn going to catch up to the Dan Price 09 machine to put Price another lap down. On your leader, Rick Spencer-Walt second, AJ M's third, Luke Gignac fourth, and Connor Ellis rounding up the top 5 as they run. Tyler Hahn 4 laps to go.
Dan Price comes off the bottom of the corner just a little bit there in 3 and 4. It pushed Tyler Hahn up into no man's land. He was able to keep the car underneath him and get around that 09, and he leads by nearly half a straightaway.
M's on the outside of Walker. That's your 3rd place car. Hahn going to come around. Will face 2 to go this time by. Popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go for Tyler Hahn. He has himself a gap of 1.7 seconds over Rick Spencer-Walt with just a lap and a half to go.
Slower cars up ahead, but I don't know if Tyler Hahn's going to have to deal with them as the white flag flies last time around as Hahn has led the way from the drop of the green.
Tyler Hahn works his way off of turn number 2, just ahead of him, lap cars side by side. He doesn't care anymore. He's going to work his way through 3 and 4. And off of turn number 4 this time, checkered flag. Tyler Hahn, your off-car hot rod Autumn Colors Classic champion.
Rick Spencer-Walt comes home in second. AJ M's going to finish third. And what was a good race, an exciting start to that one. Some ruffled feathers at the beginning. And those same drivers are going to come home 1 and 2. Tyler Hahn pulls the Tire Depot number 2. Into Dart Heating and Air Conditioning victory lane, Rick Spencer Walt rolls down second. AJ Ems in that beautiful number 31. Going to take his place in the 3rd spot.
What a great race. They finished that in under 10 minutes, so very nice, quick work by the drivers of the Hot Rod Series here. Charlie going to work his way back down across the racetrack towards winner's circle, where he's going to be joined by Tyler Hahn, your winner here today, picking up the Autumn Colors Classic Championship here in the Oscar Hot Rod Series.
No lack of words being exchanged down here at the pit in the winner's circle. But the guy that's parking it in the Dart Heating and Air Conditioning victory lane. Let's get in here with Tyler Hahn. That was a lot of battling, but he definitely had a lot more car than everybody else on the track tonight.
Yeah, you know, the car's been really turned on this last half season. You know, there's a lot of people out there angry with me, but you know what? It is what it is. You know, these guys can run me as rough as they want. I'll just give it back. But and you know, we got our championship, and we're super pumped as a team.
All right, so now you are officially not the series champion, but an Autumn Colors champion. You got some people you want to thank?
Oh yeah, first and foremost, I got to thank my crew. If it wasn't for my crew, you know, we wouldn't be able to be here. I got to thank Tire Depot Barry, Fox's Bakery. I got to thank Image Wraps, HMCW, Hahn Welding Services, FCR. I got to thank big thanks to Marlene. Simcoe Gases, that's a big one too, and Dan Little Photography. You know, if it wasn't for these people, you know, we wouldn't be here.
All right, give it up, parking it in the Dart Heating and Air Conditioning victory lane for the Nightworks Hot Rods, Oscar Hot Rods, Tyler Hahn. Now, no stranger to Peterborough Speedway. This man, but just a little bit short coming up today, finishing second here at the Autumn Colors Classic. Spencer Walt.
Yeah, I'll just say whatever I got to say to their face. I ain't gonna get on Facebook like they do. So, I'll, you know, it is what it is. He hit me before we even entered the corner. He drove me before the start. I can't wait to build one. I can't wait to build one. We're gonna build our limited into one, put our big dirty built in there, and we'll come back. It'll be good. They had a good car, so good for them. Just bullshit racing when you slam wheels before the race even starts. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, you got a few people you want to thank for getting her through the season and here tonight.
Yeah, thanks to Rob for letting me drive the car, and Peter Chitanis for building an awesome car. We were really fast last weekend. We were really fast this weekend. So I'm not gonna, you know, we got a good car. Toes knocked out of it and the wheels sideways, but I'll just keep whining. So that's fine.
All right, give it up. Parking it in the Dart Heating and Air Conditioning victory lane in second spot, Rick Spencer Walt. AJ, nice to see you down here, buddy.
Yeah, you're telling me. No, I got to thank Rob Bromley for the opportunity to drive this race car tonight. I mean, we weren't really sure what we were coming in the weekend. With me driving the car, obviously won this car here in the summer, and we were able to bring it home with a third finish. I wasn't sure what was going to happen at the end. Once I kind of lost those guys in traffic, I tried to save some tires just in case we got a caution there. But overall, a good run. I just want to send a huge shout out to my wife who's at home. Looking after my little one, Peter hard work. My dad, Marcus, Josh, Ryan, B, the whole crew for a great weekend. Autumn Colors or extended weekend.
All right, give it up for AJM, parking it down here. Parking it down in third spot for the Autumn Colors Oscar Hot Rods.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Officials have invited the entourage to head back to the grandstands. As the bone stocks line up on the front straightaway, the Battlefield Equipment Rental bone stocks, and I'll tell you, these people were the stars of the show last weekend. If more racing happened last weekend, it was because of the effort of these bone stock racers.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe they came out on the racetrack and ran the laps to try to keep heat in the track, which is always important, especially when you're dealing with rain and cold. And just look at the group that we have here for the bone stocks. Quite the crowd.
Well, a great field of cars. They grow exponentially. Charlie Toner's back up here. He's still blushing.
It's a long haul up here.
You're doing a great job, Charlie.
Yes, there were certainly lots of, I guess, sharing of information down in the winner's circle today.
Just sharing their notes from the race.
There's a lot of love to go around. So waiting for a couple more bone stocks to make their way out. 22 cars we can see so far. 23. A full field either way. Let's introduce the starting lineup. On the pole, out of Waterford, driving that bright pink number 50. It's Wade Thorne. Starting second in the juniors haulage, East King Limited, Hammer Down Apparel, number 55. It's the mayor, Chris Allard. On the inside of row number 2, in the 23 out of Peterborough, the Lakeside Mobile Tire Roofing MD NCMC number 23, it's Tegan Stanley. On the outside of the second row from Fergus, the 2-Speed Motorsports Ennetville Garage, number 0, Phil Givens. What number is that starting third? Third row on the inside. We think it's the 92. If that's the case, that's the Zenitech Berry 92. No, it's the Bartley Welding J&D Newmeister Maintenance number 92 of Kyle Newmeister. On the outside of the third row, that particular number 22, the one with the most sponsors. So let's roll the dice and say it's the NM Heating and Air Conditioning, Tammy's Brake and Ridge, Niagara Raw Dog Food, Division General Contracting, number 22 of Jordan Wills. And again, we may be mistaken here, folks. We've got limited information we're working with. Next back in the number 16 is out of Arthur. Sponsored by the Hammer and Caldecott Millwright Services, this is Alex Stewart. To his outside in the 17 out of Dundas, the Jones at Solutions Mega Lift Truck Limited Injury Rehabilitation Center sponsored ride, that's Spencer Rydell. Next up in the 36 machine, the ILA Local 36, it's Nathan Mitchell. Driving the 24. The Mark Etzel Stables, Paris Medical Center, Bob McClure Racing 24, it's Brady Cox. The 28T is out of Brantford. The Driving with Haley, London Recreational Racing sponsored 28T, Cam Thompson. The 06 is from Trout Creek, the Dan's Appliance Repair, Kingsway Auto Center, Norwood Auto Wrecker 06, Christian Laval. The 48. It is either the Precision sponsored number 48 of Connor Ellis or the Luna Sign Street McNichol Welding sponsored 48 of Dustin Johnston. I was right with the first one. Connor Ellis. Up next in the 98, I don't have a 98 at all on the list. Connor Parks behind the wheel of the 98. Up next in the 55, I believe this is his second car of the weekend after blowing up the first one. The Siskins Triple B Racing 55 of Craig Cole. The 92X. I hope this is the Zenitech Barry. 92X of Matt Christina. Up next in the 85, another driver that is not on the entry list. We'll get to him when they come by in timing and scoring. Same with the number 90, not on our list at all. We'll get to them, folks, I promise. The 52 is Chris Burnett. The 89 out of Whitby, the Comic Alley Toys, Babin Automotive, 19 Marketing number 89, Victoria McLennan. The 48E, I would have thought that was Connor Ellis. Don't have one of them either. The 14S, that's Glenn Schmidt in the 14S. And last but not least, in the 39, Zachary Chang. So that is most of your starting lineup for this Bone Stock feature event. We've got a couple of mysteries that we're going to sort out, because I think that's Connor Ellis at the back of the field, which means we're not sure who the 48 is at the front of the field. But it's somebody.
Dustin Johnson, the other 48?
Dustin Johnston. Okay, there we go. I love it when my phone blows up.
There's no way the 17 was last year.
Nope, that's a caution one.
Yeah. Dustin Johnson and Connor Ellis, those are the two 48s. As the base truck pulls away with the field, and now we'll see what comes up on Race Monitor as to who's who and what's where. But we can tell you this, race fans, 40 laps the distance in this Bone Stock feature. And it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. 25 cars out here on the racetrack. A nice big field of Bone Stocks here today, so should be an exciting 40 laps for these drivers.
And I'm getting the 22F is Dylan Sharp. Is that the 22F on the outside of row 3?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
There's an F on it.
Dylan Sharp out of Hamilton, Ontario. And as they come by the timing and scoring, nothing quite showing up yet, but we'll know if
We'll
we're
get
wrong.
there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
You just have to feed it unleaded cheese.
And there's nothing, Robert, I dislike more than I like the paper in front of me, with the names,
Absolutely.
but we work with what we got. I'm just happy to be here.
Great day of racing here at Peterborough. 3 features down, 3 to go.
Yeah, we still got these bone stocks, the Oscar modifieds, and then the super stocks, and that's going to be a bang-up show to end things off. 50 laps. Is there fireworks, JP? Wow. You can't beat, when I grew up going to racetracks in central New York, you couldn't beat Three Fingers Mordecai.
Yes.
Firing off the fireworks at Weed Sport or Rolling Wheels or Syracuse. Courtesy, that's right, Joe Murata. Three Fingers Mordecai. When you're a kid, that's fascinating.
You always wondered if you really only had 3 fingers.
Our sponsor for our fireworks, Supernova Fireworks. They've sponsored us all year this year.
Oh, you mean that way?
So officials sorting out who is here and who is not, who was able to make it back for this week. Couple of changes. Cam Thompson behind the wheel of the 28T. Dylan Sharp wasn't here last week in that 22F. And I'm sure a couple of changes that we don't know about.
Absolutely. That's one of the fun things of having a remake date a week after the original date. You know, some people aren't available, so swap out, put a new driver in the car, get the car out here for the sponsor visibility, and that's something that we're going to have to deal with here tonight. But either way, still 25 bone stocks out here.
Officials are looking for the 48E. It's right at the back, third from the back. So Connor Ellis going to move up to his spot in line, then it'll be Cam Thompson next, I believe. Cam Thompson going to pull that 28T. Davey Allison look-alike car. Out of line. Now they'll send the 36, the 24.
Yeah, we sent them in.
28T or 28B?
Oh, I don't know. But we don't have another 28, so.
So then go 06, 48, 98.
Oh, look at that. 3 in a row in the right order.
You're good to 55C.
And Craig Cole. 52 is right in front of us. White car with red numbers.
So then the 52 after that. Then the 92X, then the 39 back.
Now we got to bring the 39 up from the back. This is actually going much smoother than I thought it would.
Absolutely. It's never a guarantee that it's going to be a smooth process.
Quick story about the 39 of Zachary Chang, that Gates Graphics sponsored ride. He was racing around with a car that, first of all, was signed by race fans. It's got signatures all over the car. And he had duct tape numbers, 39, that he raced almost all season with until Gates Graphics. 3 years he raced with those numbers.
Wow.
of duct tape numbers, and Gates Graphic came on board and gave him some new graphics.
Well, that's very cool.
But,
very, very cool.
but definitely kept all the signatures. All the graphics are on the signatures. Every time we had a fan appreciation night, the fans would go down, and a lot of young signatures on that car.
Thanks to Nicole Gibbons for giving me some of these drivers' names. And the field is doubled up. Thorne in the 50, Allard in the 55. They will make up your front row. Phil Gibbons in that Zero machine. That car was handling amazingly last weekend. We'll see if a week of rest is good for that Zero machine or if it forgot how to get. Watching the officials, they're missing 2 cars from electronic timing and scoring. It may not seem like a big deal, but it is to the 2 drivers who aren't going to be scored in this race. So they want to make sure they get that right. Nathan Mitchell in the 36. Is that who I introduced? Looking at names down the line, seeing if they all look familiar. Most of them do. Tyler Wheel behind the wheel of the 85. Gregory Duncan in the 90. Charlie, I knew we'd get to all of them. Sometimes you just have to wait.
Sometimes it helps when their name pops up on the computer screen in front of you.
That's right.
Lights are out on the Floor Coverings International Pace Truck. It's going to dip down to the infield. These Battlefield Equipment bone stocks. The entry level of racing here at Peterborough Speedway and a lot of other tracks. Lots of tracks being represented here today. And it's a Great Canadian RV green flag.
Wade Thorne on the inside, Chris Allard on the outside. Green flag in the air. We're underway with the Battlefield Equipment Rental Bone Stock Division. Drag race down the back straightaway. Thorne with the advantage coming off of turn number 4. Allard second, but Phil Gibbons right behind the race leader. Gibbons making the move up into the second spot in that Zero machine. So put Allard back to third. He'll get back in line. Top 6 cars nose to tail, then a bit of a gap back to the 16 of Alex Stewart. He'll get sideways down into 3 and 4. Open the door to the inside to Connor Ellis. Ellis not able to make the move. Spencer Rydell looks to the outside in the 17. That's where the battles are on the track, deep in the top 10 towards the back of the field. At the front, everybody being behaved, running single file for the time being. Gibbons a half car length off the back of Wade Thorne in the 50 as they try to pull away from the Allard 55. They got a bit of daylight back to the third spot as we've completed 5 laps of this 40-lap scheduled distance. Now Allard is breaking away from 4th, 5th, and 6th, trying to close the distance in on the 2 leaders. Connor Ellis, as we got a couple mowing the grass deeper in the field in turn number 4. Connor Ellis trying to find a way around Alex Stewart in that 16. Stewart all kinds of loose, but he's also very fast. Allard closing in on the lead duo, Phil Gibbons. Whoa, contact. Dylan Sharp getting put sideways by Neumeister in the 92. Oh, that's Jordan Wilms. It says Jordan Wills, but it's Dylan Sharp, I think. Cam Thompson in the 28T working his way through some of the traffic. He was not here racing last weekend. But these were his first laps of competition in this year's Autumn Colors Classic. Connor Ellis has gotten around Alex Stewart. Now Spencer Rydell did as well.
Taking a look here up at the front, it is Wade Thorne out front over Phil Givens and Chris Allard. Givens looking to the inside of the Thorne machine. Not able to get there this time. Trying to work their way past some lap traffic here. That's the 39 machine. Just ahead of them there. Don't have a name on that car, but oh, that is the Chang machine going a lap down. Allard up there as well.
Wade Thorne holding a pretty wheel. Remember, he competed in the mini stock division earlier today. So he's got plenty of laps out there on the track. Phil Givens almost looks like he's toying with the leader just a little bit. Givens going to drive to the inside. They battle for the lead side by side. Give the top spot to Givens.
Yeah, Givens got on by there out to the race lead just behind Wade Thorne in second. The third place car, Chris Allard, trying to close that gap as they go by the 14 machine. The 14 up on the high side, going a lap down.
And the story told to me by Phil Givens last week, he showed up, they asked him to put some weight on that race car. He was able to put 40 pounds right on the left front corner of the car. He says, my goodness, did it ever wake up the handling of this thing.
Oh, absolutely. That would definitely change the handling of the car, and you can see it out there right now.
He's able to plant that front end right where he wants it. He's got about 5 car lengths over Wade Thorne in the 50. Allard right there in that yellow number 55.
As they continue to work their way through lap traffic, that's the 89 machine going another lap down to the leaders. Givens leads over Wade Thorne's third now. Continues to be Allard, Stanley, and Ford Neumeister rounding up the top 5 as they run here. Givens having a hard time getting by some of the lap traffic here. That's Connor Parks going a lap down to Givens. 52 slow there, re-entering the racetrack.
I think that's Curtis Bennett in the 52, well off the pace, right in front of the leader of Phil Givens.
Givens pulling away from Wade Thorne, but there's plenty of traffic still to come. We haven't quite reached the halfway point of this Battlefield Equipment Rentals Bone Stock 40 lap feature event. Craig Cole to the inside of Alex Stewart on the front straightaway. He'll squeeze between Stewart and a lap car of Chang. Cam Thompson going to drive by both of them. Thompson gets around Stewart, then drives to the inside of Cole as they work into turn 3.
Cross flags displayed that time by 20 down, 20 to go. Your leader, Phil Givens, works his way off of turn number 4.
They're 3 wide further back in the top 5. Tegan Stanley and Dylan Sharp back there racing for position. Spencer Rydell trying to close in, and that number 17. One around up in turn 2. That will bring out a yellow flag with 21 laps complete. Phil Givens, the race leader in the 0. Wade Thorne in the 50 runs second. Chris Allard is third in the 55. Kyle Neumeister is fourth in the 92. Then it's Tegan Stanley in the 23, rounding out the top 5. 6th through 10th, Dylan Sharp in the 22F. The 17 of Spencer Rydell. The 28T of Cam Thompson. 55C of Craig Cole. And the 85 of Tyler Wheel. Pace truck picks up the race leader, Phil Givens. So Connor Ellis in the 48E, his transponder has not picked up a few of the laps. He is on the lead lap. And the officials will sort out where he belongs. 21 laps down, 19 laps to go. And I'll tell you something. I'm fortunate enough to go to a lot of races, a lot of different racetracks. And Robert, you can attest to this because you're at Cornwall where you've got dirt modifieds, you've got sprint cars.
Yeah.
All of these very elite level racing classes. Nothing gets a reaction out of the fans like the bone stocks.
Yeah, absolutely. On dirt, we have the rookie class, which same thing is here. You know, it's the entry level division here to stock car racing, and the fans that support those drivers, they bring out their buddies from work, they bring out their families. It's just such a cool environment, and all the reactions are absolutely phenomenal. And you know, sometimes they can be prone to crashing a little bit more, which the fans seem to like. The teams don't because it gets expensive, but the fans definitely seem to like that.
Ironically, when you say, you know, it's the one class where you don't have a lot of animosity in the class. I mean, yeah, if you wreck somebody, you know, on the track, you go back in the pits and you're wrenching on his car to help him get back out to be just as competitive as you are the next time you guys come out.
That's exactly it, and it's the same for us at Cornwall. We have drivers that will go out of their way to rebuild somebody's car to help them to make sure they're on the track, because to them, having the numbers each and every week is so important. And we need those numbers every single week to help keep growing the sport and keeping this sport alive, because these types of divisions are what keeps us going.
It's also bragging rights.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely.
And people can relate to these cars. If you're someone in the grandstands who doesn't know an awful lot about racing, what is it? A late model doesn't really look like someone that you passed on the way to get to the racetrack, but a lot of these bone stocks do.
Absolutely. I mean, you look down and a lot of these cars are basically the exact same bodies that they would come off of the factory floor with. Some of them not, but for the most part. If Matt Young's touched it, probably not.
That's right. We'll stack them up double file once again.
And some of them might pass you on the way home.
They very well might. One of my favorite things is going down the highway, either to or from a racetrack, and you're following an open wheel trailer down the highway. You just get to see the race cars. It's such a cool thing. Even
or better yet, pull into the gas station behind them.
That's right, and they're all there. They're all there just talking, and it's like you just spent hours together at the racetrack. You don't want to go home? Like, it's a fun environment.
Well, the lights are out on the Floor Coverings International Peterborough Speedway pace track. We're going to turn them loose one more time. 19 laps to go.
Phil Gibbons in the 0, Wade Thorne in the 50. They'll make up the front row, bringing it back to the green flag. And it's Chris Allard and Kyle Neumeister in row number 2.
Green flag is back out. We're 3 wide already. The 55 of Allard goes to the inside. He backs out. Gibbons out front. Thorne second. Allard third. Just behind them is where we find the Neumeister machine and Tegan Stanley. Stanley on the inside of Neumeister, side by side for second. It's the 55 of Thorne on the high, or the 55 of Allard on the high side. Actually on the inside, and Thorne on the outside.
I'll tell you, Cam Thompson is impressive in that 28T. Just took a big wide entry into turn number 1. Gave him a big head of steam coming off of 2. That 28T working his way towards the top 5.
Trouble in the exit at turn number 4. That's the 90 of Gregory Duncan. He goes down in the infield. They're waving him to get going rather than lying in wait.
And he gets going.
Grabs a gear at about 5,000 RPM. And away he goes, just ahead of race leader Phil Gibbons.
That's a lot of RPM. As Gibbons dives to the bottom, here's the 55 of Allard all over the rear end of the Gibbons machine, trying to get up and pass that car for the race lead. Gibbons got a little bit sideways down there into turn number 1 as the 50 of Thorne is falling back all the way to 5th, now behind that 22F. just up ahead and nearly contact with the lap car of the 90.
I'm going to stick with Dylan Sharp behind the wheel of that 22F. I got a note from a reliable source.
Let's go with Dylan Sharp, absolutely.
He definitely drifted up way, way high on that last lap.
I think he's drifting high every corner.
Phil Givens out in front. Chris Allard not able to keep pace, neither is Kyle Neumeister.
Neumeister all over the rear end of the Allard machine. The battle's heated up here for second, and that's what Givens wants to see. Able to gap those second and third place cars. Lots of room out in front, a nice gap behind. It's just a Sunday drive here for Givens.
Wow,
Dylan
Sharp
sideways.
way up out of the groove. Spencer Rydell goes by on the inside. Cam Thompson can't quite get there to fill the hole.
Dylan Sharp just full sending it every corner here.
I noticed the same thing.
There's no brakes in that car, just gas pedal and steering wheel.
And the front end will do exactly what he wants. It's the back end that's not cooperating.
Absolutely. The back end's trying to meet the front end here as he's sideways once again. There's cars in front of Dylan Sharp too, but he seems to be the most entertaining car on the track right now.
The wheel on that 85 just slid up the racetrack. Cole did the same thing. Alex Stewart rather saying, I'll take that. Drives by on the inside to pick up a spot. Into the final 10 laps of this Bone Stock feature event.
Phil Givens out front, followed by the 55 of Chris Allard and the 92 of Kyle Neumeister. Neumeister still all over the rear end of the Allard machine. Givens, the gap that Givens has seems to be shrinking a little bit here as that 55 of Allard trying to close that gap and work his way forward. As we're coming around to just 6 laps to go for Phil Givens in the zero.
Top 3 closing together as Allard closes the gap. He's not getting away from Neumeister as they chase the race leader down the back straightaway. Givens now with about 4 car lengths over Allard in second.
Phil Givens going by the 38, I believe it is, on the bottom there. The 55 of Chris Allard trying to close that gap as they come around. 4 laps to go for Phil Givens. Side by side for second lap car in the way there as the 55 of Allard able to take advantage. Neumeister takes a look to the inside.
Allard got out of the groove. Wade Thorne had to bite the brakes to avoid contact. And Kyle Neumeister said, I'll take that.
Absolutely, you'll take that. As you take every opportunity that you get here. Phil Givens going to come around and face 2 to go this time by. Popsicle sticks about to be in the air. Phil Givens out front. Kyle Neumeister second. Chris Allard in third. Wade Thorne fourth. Spencer Riddell in fifth.
Kyle Neumeister quite a bit faster that lap than Phil Givens, but he's only got a lap and a half to get it done. 1 more lap to go this time around for Phil Givens, our race leader.
Phil Givens going to take the white flag this time. He has a gap of 1 second ahead of that second place Neumeister machine and the lap car in between them as Phil Givens comes down the back straightaway into turn number 3 for the final time.
Battlefield Equipment Rental Bone Stock feature event gonna go to Phil Givens behind the wheel of the zero. Neumeister for second, Allard third, then it's Thorne, Rydell, Thompson, Sharp, Tegan Stanley, Craig Cole, and Alex Stewart rounding out the top 10.
Another quick race here for the Bone Stocks. Great drive by Phil Givens to come home with the win and the Autumn Colors Classic Championship here today. Always nice to go home as a champion.
I believe this is Phil Givens' second win
in a row. That's impressive. To do it once is hard enough. To do it twice in a row, that is pretty darn spectacular.
For those in attendance, the late model finish has been posted.
And the 17's attack.
And now the top three going to head down to Dart Heating and Air Conditioning Victory Lane, where Charlie Toner will greet them and talk to our top three finishers. Great display of talent out there. We can always expect the Bone Stocks. They seem to rarely draw yellow flags.
Yeah, absolutely. They did a nice job there. Very limited on any cautions. I believe one caution, maybe two in that feature. So pretty phenomenal by those drivers. Phil Given's going to pull into victory lane. Kyle Neumeister and Chris Allard already there to greet him. I don't think this will be as heated as the hot rods, though.
No, I don't think this will be too contentious. And after this, we've got the Oscar Modifieds and the Super Stock still to come.
Yeah.
You hurry.
Charlie Toner is down there in victory lane. We'll leave things to him.
I think Phil Given's just taking a moment to to soak it all in. Come on up here, Phil. Phil, you started off out front. You stayed off there, out front all race long. You are now an Autumn Colors champion for the 30th annual Autumn Colors. How you feeling?
I know I didn't want 5 more laps. I know Kyle was coming there behind me. His car was getting better and better, and I burnt my stuff up pretty early trying to get away from them. But yeah, it feels pretty good. It's been a long 2 weeks. Just got to thank JP, all his staff, for getting this event in, because everybody here looks forward to this at the end of the year. So yeah.
You got some sponsors you want to thank?
Yeah, I got to thank Annaville Garage, Wellington Perforated, Caldecott Millwrights, 2 Speed Motorsports, my wife Nicole, Roger, Eric, just about everybody.
All right, give it up. Parking in the Dart Heating and Air Conditioning Victory Lane with the Battlefield Equipment Bone Stocks, your Autumn Colors champion, Phil Givens. Phil Say had a lot more to give him if it was 5 more laps, so you still finished up here on the podium.
Yeah, you know what? Phil's being modest. It would have took probably 10 or 20. That thing was a rock today for him. We're super stoked, with the way our car ran. It's my dad's last on. Didn't make the feature, but one's for him.
All right, give it up, Kyle Neumeister, parking it on the podium here at Peterborough Speedway in second spot. Hey, boss. Chris Allard, that was a hard-fought fight and a lot of fun out there. It looked like a lot of fun for this race.
Yeah, it's a blast. It's been a long time since I've been behind the wheel again, and gotta give a huge thanks to Junior, Jason, everyone that makes this possible. But I think I might have had some for Phil if the car didn't keep popping out of gear. But it is what it is. You win and you learn, right? We only bought this thing Wednesday, so it's pretty good for now.
Hey, parking it on the podium here, third spot. You got some sponsors you want to thank?
Yeah, I gotta give a big shout out to Junior's Haulage. Without him, none of this would be possible. Jason from East King LTD, Technicore, Mike Paps from Auto Trim, Nicky's Tire. I got a big shout out to my wife and kids. I do it for them. They have more fun than I do, but I'm still having fun out there. So.
All right, give it up for parking it down here in Victory Lane, Chris Allard to the number 55.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Copy that, Bob?
It is time to go modified racing, race fans, and here's how they will line up for the Oscar Modifieds on the pole. Out of Drumbo, the London Recreational Racing Seaton Structures Humberview Part CM Precision number 35C, Sean Chenoweth. Outside of row number 1 from Guelph, the Can Do Homes, just foam it, Young's Home Hardware number 34, TJ Edwards. Starting third from Arkona, the Harrington Excavating Arkona Limited, Canada Welding Supply, Stone Picker Brewing Company, number 39, Brian Batty. On the outside of row 2 from Hawkins Corners, the TL Tire, BAE Environmental, Speedy Glass Aurelia, number 14, AJ Ems. Behind the wheel of the 81 from New Lowell, the Overkill Enterprise, Ontario Modular Solutions, Tristan Mechanical North number 81, Tyler Liscombe. To his outside from Hawkstone, the PBS Motors and Pumps, OTBD Building Supplies, Sports Heating and Cooling, number 99, Rick Spencer Walt. Driving the 38, out of Orno, the Liquimali 38, it's Brandon Feeney. To his outside in the number 7 from Durham, the RKS Electric, Roy Marr Demolition, Just Foam It Spray Foam Insulation number 7, Alvin McNichol. Last row on the inside in the Gorski Roofing, Ray Hobbs Garage, Carl's Racing Engines number 46, Tyler Bullion. And rounding out the field from Newcastle, the Gen 3 Electric, Bork Transmission, TNT Performance Products, All or Nothing Brewhouse number 90W, Rick Warnes. That's your starting lineup for the Oscar Modifieds.
Hey, Bob, if everybody's clear down there, let's roll them.
Some beautiful race cars, and I've got to say, the class of the field is starting on the pole. That 35 machine, when it shows up to the racetrack, it is hard to beat. Whether it's Camrat behind the wheel or Sean Chenoweth behind the wheel. I think I saw an ad on Facebook this week. That car's for sale, turnkey, $38,500.
That's a steal.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of pocket change there. I also see the 99 of Rick Spencer Walt also for sale if you're looking to join this group. Has for sale sign on the rear quarter panel. But looking at these cars, a little bit different than the modifieds I'm used to from the dirt track at Cornwall. Don't know that these would drive very well on that surface.
Raise them up about 6 inches, they'd be fine.
Absolutely. A little bit different tires for sure. And
put some off-road tires and see what it'll do.
Get rid of the windshields as well. I don't think they'll be able to see very well on the dirt.
It's an interesting mix of cars because I know some of these cars started their lives as super late models. Some of them are basically a Troyer modified chassis.
Yeah, you can kind of see the difference if you look at these cars. You see the two out front here look very different than the third place car. The 39 there in third. Very different aesthetic compared to the Chenoweth car as well as the 34.
So as we mentioned, this is not a points race. Jason Keane won the championship last weekend. That car was heavily damaged in a practice crash. They did not make the trip back.
Yeah, Jason Keane actually borrowed the 38 of Brandon Feeney just for qualifying.
And of course, Brandon Feeney, this is his third and final race of the day.
Yes.
After this, he finally gets to give his arms a break.
Lights are out on the Floor Coverings International pace truck. Yeah, Feeney was saying that this one had developed a coolant leak.
Of course.
This morning when he got here. The late model wouldn't start. And the hot rod was the only one that ran, but it didn't have brakes.
As long as there's a car in front of you, you can race without brakes.
Basically, it's a normal race week for Brandon Feeney.
Absolutely.
Green flag flies. This will be a 40-lap feature event for the Oscar Modified. Chenoweth gets the jump out in front. TJ Edwards the second. They race side by side for third.
Yeah, AJM's up on the high side. Ryan Batty down low. Batty clears to third. Back to the spot where he started off. The fifth place car, Tyler Liscombe, trying to close that gap and work his way forward here. See a bit of smoke coming off of that AJM's machine as he locks up the brake. Down off of turn number 4, now through turns 2. Sean Chenoweth continuing to lead the way over TJ Edwards.
Ryan Batty closes the door on AJM. He'll hang on to that third spot out in front. Sean Chenoweth running very similar lap time to TJ Edwards in that second spot.
Yeah, Chenoweth driving that 35C out here with the Oscar Modified. London Recreational Racing, a big part of the Ontario racing scene. Mike Schmidt and his team. Chenoweth continuing to lead the way here as we take a look at the lap time. Like you mentioned, definitely very close. Just ran a 13.777 for Sean Chenoweth. That's got to be some sort of luck there.
Lucky sevens. So they keep picking up a tenth of a second a lap, but Chenoweth is a tenth of a second a lap faster than TJ Edwards. This time, for the first time, TJ Edwards ran a faster lap, but they're still nearly identical.
Yeah, these drivers all trying to find that extra bit of pace out on the racetrack. Chenoweth has done a really nice job from the drop of the green flag. Edwards trying to close that gap, 0.8 of a second last time by at the line, but it looks visibly like he's closing that gap. We'll see at the line here. Chenoweth leads the way over TJ Edwards, and he does gain about 0.1 of a second between himself and Sean Chenoweth.
With a bit of a smaller field, I don't know how much lap traffic is going to play a role in this one. So this might be driver versus driver on a clear racetrack.
You look at the way that they are right now. Sean Chenoweth leading the way, and that's the 90 of Rick Warnes at the back of the field. About a half a track distance between them. He may end up passing the Warnes car here soon enough, but I would expect that to be maybe another 15 laps until we hit the lap traffic.
For the first 5 or 6 laps, Chenoweth was a 1/10 of a second faster than TJ Edwards. And for the last 5 laps, TJ Edwards about half a 1/10 of a second faster than Sean Chenoweth. So he's winning back about half the gap that he lost. We'll see how they level out as the laps continue to tick off. They've sort of leveled off. Bouillon in the 46. Tyler Bouillon goes around in turn number 3.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Bouillon. Doesn't look like he got into the outside wall, but some smoke coming off of that. I think that was just the tires as he went around, but looks like he should be able to rejoin the field.
The safety crew again. There's 3 trucks going to the, 2 trucks going to the accident, now 3, 1 pace truck. Still the safety crew runs.
And gets there before the rest of the trucks.
I love these guys.
The track crew here at Peterborough, absolutely fantastic. They've gotten these incidents cleared up in a matter of seconds here today, kept this show going, and that's exactly what you as a race fan and an official, including the drivers as well, want to see of the track crews.
Tyler Bouillon is out of the car.
Yeah, and he looked underneath it as though he thought there might be fluid coming out, but I don't see anything.
He didn't make contact with the wall, I don't think, but they are going to cradle that car off the track.
I think they just want the practice. Well, it's not a 4-wheel drive. Can't be very entertaining for people that only hear this side of the conversation.
That's right. That's right. You know, we've seen a couple times here today up at the top side of turn number 3 where cars have just spun around on the road, maybe a little bit slicker up towards the top here today.
Oh, it definitely is.
It's quite visible when we've had 3, 4, maybe even 5 cars just solo spin up there. I think that's what happened with Bouillon here, but potentially maybe during the spin something snapped on the car.
Or that's what caused the spin too. I mean, it definitely would be hard to control. Tyler Bouillon is no stranger to this track, and this is home field advantage for him. So I think that may have been a breakdown in the car that was completely unexpected.
Yeah, and he has,
as most are.
Of course.
He clearly knows it's terminal, whatever it was, because otherwise you don't get out of the car. So whether it was the transmission locked up or a rear end locked up, although he still has his helmet on.
He's
hey,
climbing back in.
If I was out on that track, I'd want my helmet on too.
Well, yeah, absolutely. He's climbing back into the race car, though, so.
Without a helmet.
Absolutely. Much easier than walking. Like you mentioned, Adam, if only everyone else could hear the other sides of these conversations up here today.
I like to call it the peanut gallery.
Absolutely.
Well, they've pulled one tow truck away from it, so they are going to haul it out on the front wheels. So that looks like it's an issue either with the rear axle or transmission, like was previously mentioned by Jim Clark.
And it looks like they're putting some sort of powder down to fix or to pick up the
Speedy
fluid.
dry, yeah.
Exactly. So must have been leaking some sort of fluid on that Bouillon machine.
Something go boom boom on the inside. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's not the way Tyler Bouillon wanted to finish his race.
They'll pull it back pit side.
Yeah, really, there's not much. You'd put down some oil, dry up there to keep fluid from rolling down the racetrack, but they don't really need to work it in. If you're up at that point on the racing surface, your day is pretty bad.
Yeah, if you're up that high, you got bigger issues.
Yeah. And I mean, like we've seen all day today, if you get up that high out of the groove, you're probably going around anyways.
I don't know. There were some bone stocks that were up there and that certainly cleaned that section of the track quite well.
Those bone stocks have no fear. They will go anywhere on the racetrack. If you told them to ride the wall physically, they would.
So Sean Chenoweth setting the pace to this restart. He's got the right to fire first as they get down near the restart pylon. TJ Edwards immediately drops down to the inside to get into the racing groove. AJ Ems with a good run on the high side. They'll race side by side for that third spot.
Ems and Batty side by side for third and fourth. Here comes the 81 of Tyler Liscombe to the inside of Ems as well. Slides up just a little bit there. Rick Spencer-Walt trying to close that gap, working his way towards the top five, currently scored in sixth. As Chenoweth continues to lead the way. He's setting a great pace here so far, back down to those 13.7s as he continues his pace out front ahead of TJ Edwards.
Just like the original start, Chenoweth a tenth of a second quicker. Lap after lap, now just half a tenth, so TJ Edwards coming up to speed a little faster than he did on the original start. Now let's see if Brian Batty can close the gap, running in the third spot.
That Batty running there in that third position. Behind them, Liscombe, Ems, and Spencer-Walt all together. That is your battle from fourth through sixth. Most of the field behind the top three all running together at this point. Because just behind the Rick Spencer-Walt machine, you have the 7 of Alvin McNichol, the 38 of Brandon Feeney, and that 90 machine of Rick Lawrence just behind. But Sean Chenoweth continuing to set a blistering pace here today. The laps down sub 14 seconds. Very quick around this racetrack.
Tyler Liscombe's been having troubles in turn number 2 in that 81 machine. You see him work up the racetrack. AJ Ems trying to close in to be able to take advantage. He drives that 14 deep into the corner. Liscombe handling better there in turn number 4. But turn 2, definitely the weak spot for the 81.
20 down, 20 to go here. Here comes Sean Chenoweth around. He's going to go by the start finish line, 19 to go. Leads ahead of TJ Edwards by almost 9/10 of a second. Just behind him, Brian Batty, Tyler Liscombe, AJ Ems. That is the top 5 as Chenoweth continues to lead the way.
Cars spread out on the racetrack for now. As Chenoweth continuing to turn laps faster than TJ Edwards in that second spot. This was about the point on the original green flag run where Edwards started showing a bit more speed.
At this point, Adam, it does seem like they're separating a little bit further at the line this time. Chenoweth has a gap of 1.1 seconds over TJ Edwards, so Edwards falling back into the hands of Brian Batty. Batty trying to close that gap. They have about a second between them as well, so the top 3 just out for a drive right now.
Chenoweth traditionally runs very well here at Peterborough Speedway over the years, no matter what the classes he's running in, whether it's late model, super stock, or here in the modifieds. Best battle on the track is deeper in the field. It's the battle for 7th between Alvin McNichol with Brandon Feeney putting on the pressure.
Again, Feeney, so much experience here today into the closing laps of his final feature of this Autumn Colors Classic weekend, and I think he wants to at least gain another spot here, getting by Alvin McNichol, but Chenoweth continues to lead the way. He's closing up onto that 90 machine of Rick Lawrence. Lawrence just ahead. I believe he won a race last weekend for the first time in his 40-year career, so really exciting for Rick Lawrence as he's out there currently running in that 9th spot.
And then made the adjustments he needed to the race car to be able to come out and race with the Oscar modifieds. Another battle on the track heating up. Tyler Liscombe holds on to the 4th spot, but AJ Ems closing that gap in the number 14. Ems still really charging the turns. Liscombe a little bit smoother coming off as Brandon Feeney on the outside of Alvin McNichol. They battle they battled side by side for the 7th spot.
Yeah, looking at that battle, Feeney does get by McNichol now. Move Brandon Feeney up to 7th. Sean Chenoweth continues to lead. Coming around to 8 laps to go for Sean Chenoweth. Behind him, TJ Edwards has himself a gap over the Brian Batty machine. A little bit further back, that battle between Tyler Liscombe and AJ Ems continues to roll. It is Liscombe ahead of Ems, but Ems trying to close that gap and looking to the high side. Not able to get there. Chenoweth continues to lead with just 7 laps to go.
If AJ Ems is able to get alongside Tyler Liscombe, that's going to pull Rick Spencer-Walt into that battle, make it a 3-car race for the 4th spot. But right now, nobody able to make a move.
What'll happen here is they're going to go by the Rick Warren's 90 machine. That is what could lead to Rick Spencer-Walt closing in on that battle with Liscombe and Ems for that 4th and 5th position. But we are just 5 laps to go for Sean Chenoweth. Chenoweth leads by over 2 seconds last time at the line.
Liscombe keeping close to the right side of Rick Warren's number 90. AJ Ems gets around cleanly. Now Rick Spencer-Walt going to come to the outside. Ems right up to the back bumper of the Liscombe 81.
Tyler Liscombe holding on to that 4th spot. AJ Ems all over. Awesome, big. AJ Ems all over the rear end, trying to get by that machine, not able to get there. Sean Chenoweth up to the rear end of Alvin McNichol. McNichol goes to the bottom. Chenoweth up on the high side, and they come around this time. Just 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks in the air for Sean Chenoweth.
AJ Ems drives it deep into 3 once again. He's right up on the back bumper of Tyler Liscombe. Sean Chenoweth has 1 slower car between himself and victory in the Autumn Colors Classic. He takes the white flag, works it down into 1 and 2 behind Brandon Feeney.
Down the back straightaway for the final time, Sean Chenoweth. He's got a lap car ahead of him. That's Brandon Feeney. It doesn't matter this time because off 4, it is Sean Chenoweth, your winner of the Oscar Modified.
Coming home
Chenoweth
second.
First. Great run.
Great drive for him. TJ Edwards second, Brian Batty third. Tyler Liscombe holds off AJ Ems to finish 4th. Then it's Rick Spencer-Walt, Brandon Feeney, Alvin McNichol, Rick Warrens. And of course, many laps down was Tyler Bouillon in the 46 after spinning it out in turn number 3.
So we're going to do out-of-car intros for the Superstocks.
The 81 and the 14 to report to tech.
Then we're going to do take the carbs off them before we start to make sure they're good. Trying to kill time.
Oh, Chenoweth doing a burnout down there in turn number 2.
Be careful, Sean, it's for sale.
I think he's done this a time or 2, Adam. He's going to do a couple extra laps here. He wanted the full 50. Hey, Gary. Good job out there. Didn't go your way, but hey.
Chenoweth, after a couple of victory laps, going to pull it down into victory lane.
That's what we thought.
Charlie Toner is headed that way, where he will take over in Dart Heating and Air Conditioning, Peterborough Speedway, victory lane.
I love the smell of burning rubber in the evening. He's got to do his live FaceTime with family that are back home before he gets out of the car, right? All right, Sean, come on out front. So not only do you win the Autumn Colors and become an Autumn Colors champion again, you also win for having the best burnout of anybody racing so far this weekend.
Well, it's not my motor, so get honor. He did it to my motor in the past.
My crew is here helping me. I can't thank these guys enough. Obviously, we got some crew at home missing today, but this thing's a bullet. Thanks to Andy Camrath and all his friends and family and the crew I have. And hopefully you guys can bring super late models back next year, Autumn Colors, and I'll come try to chase that thing.
Well, we've seen you behind the wheel of a super late model before, and how is this ride compared to a super late model? I know the super late model's faster, but this has got to be fun.
I've never driven a car that's driven like this one before. It's hands down second to none. Wish we could build another one exactly the same, but that never works out.
All right, give it a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a hand. Sean Chenoweth parking it in the Dart Heating and Air Conditioning victory lane for the Oscar Mods Autumn Colors champion. And just kind of turn over, place finisher. TJ Edwards parking it down here on the podium for the Autumn Colors Classic. TJ, that was a hard car to beat. I mean, he outpaced everyone on the track, but there was times when you were posting a faster lap than Chenoweth. If it had gone a little further, do you think you had enough to catch him?
No, we were just too tough. He was better. He had the better car for this race. Congrats to him and his team. They work hard. I'd have to thank everybody that stands behind me, makes this possible. We haven't had the greatest year, but they stayed behind me. My Uncle Don, my Aunt Susan, Brian McDonald, my dad, Jimmy for coming down, James, my spotter Donald, all my sponsors, JT Excavating, Remax, Donnery Davison, Stewards, Aberfoyle, Power Sports, Can-Do Homes, Epic Racewear, Signs Needs, and just all the fans and series for making it possible for us to race.
All right, give them a hand. TJ Edwards parking up the podium here at Autumn Colors. Well, Brian, let's go in front of the car. Hey, I'm going to make you walk more laps than you drove. How's that?
Got to walk off that turn there, so it is what it is.
Well, I know it was a hard-fought race and hard-fought all last weekend, and of course, not a lot of time to prep for today with different conditions. You parked her on the podium still. You got some things you want to say or people you want to thank?
Yeah, well, we got a lot of people helping us out this year. Behind the scenes especially, we got Greg Gibson and the McLean crew giving us a hand. Our buddy Brian Moore, David Rockwood, my family, my dad, and of course all our sponsors here, Canada Welding Supply, Heritage Excavating, Wild Sprinting, oh man, VMS, Rod Ends. And Griffin Autotech, Popalock, and of course our good buddies at Stone Picker Brewing Company.
Well, that's a good sponsor to have, you know, after a long season of racing, to have a brewing company on board.
Oh yeah, we're after the year we've had, we struggled quite a bit. Cars burnt, motors tired. We're gonna drink a lot of beer this year and do a lot of adjustments to this thing.
All right, give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Batty parking it on the podium here at Autumn Colors for the Oscar Modifieds.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Bushwick Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a diehard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Now, Robert, I'm not sure how often you get to see the late models in the Super Stocks race. They look pretty similar. They race real similar, but the Super Stock's a little bit more physical. There's a little bit more pushing, shoving, moving. It's fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I only really get to see them on GeForce TV because, of course, my local asphalt track, Capital City Speedway, has been closed almost 10 years. 10 years next year already, which is absolutely wild. And
is it still there, untouched?
Yeah, I drove past it this morning. It's unfortunate. They have a paintball place in the parking lot, and that's about it.
Wow. Bone stock results are posted. Go check them out. You got 15 minutes if you want to file a protest, change things up, compliment the winner, any of those things.
Winners always like compliments.
That's right. So the modifieds have vacated, and JP is on site. I believe that means we can go ahead and tell you how they're going to start this Jeff V. Lube 50-lap feature event, the final feature of the Autumn Colors Classic. Starting in the 17th spot out of Barrie, the WHS Automotive North Country Property Maintenance Danny Benedict Motorsports sponsored number 83, Johnny Morrison. Starting 16th from Clarington, the Durham Muay Thai RacingCards.ca Wilds Printing number 96, Donovan Price. To his inside from Barrie, the PumpMyTank.ca Streamline Race Products number 11, Ethan Constable. Rolling off 14th from Omimi, the Natives Collision Center number 15, Rob Richards. To his inside from Peterborough, the Dan's Appliance Repair Mr. Transmission number 6, Brad Laval. Rolling off 12th out of Barrie, the Tire Depot SMS HMCW Flamborough Machine Shop number 42, Daniel Hahn. To his inside out of Guelph, the Fox's Bakery and Deli, Stewart's Equipment, DJD Graphics, BW Towing, House Automotive number 63, Cole Burrows. Now, race fans, your top 10, starting on the outside of row number 5 from Brampton. The Bester Forest Products, Leslie Ford, Al Reich's Backhoeing and Haulage, Badger Daylighting number 36. It's the Thrillbilly, Lane Zardo. To his inside out of Grimsby, the Glenn Stiers Racing JSL Electric, Academy Construction number 12, Ryden Lapsevich. Starting 8th from Innisfil, the Big Brian and Sons Towing, Century Masonry and Construction, JVS Landscaping number 26, Jacob Booth. Starting 7th from Innisfil, the Century Masonry and Construction, Bulldog Southern Auto Parts 12 Gauge Towing and Recovery, Redline Signs and Apparel number 07, Dan Archibald. Starting 6th from Newmarket, the 905 Customs, Wayfreight, Speedy Auto Machine, Simon & Sons Windows and Doors number 17, Garrett Temersma. And now your top 5s. Starting 5th from Uxbridge, the Stewart's Equipment, Tyson Motorsports number 49, Miles Tyson. On the outside of row 2, from Mount Forest, the Stewart's Farm Equipment, Riley Home Services, NRD Byproducts, Kubota Canada, number 56, Sean McWhirter. Starting 3rd from Peterborough, the R. Brooking Tree Service, Jim's Auto Repair, Stewart's Equipment, Curtis Septic number 21, Marley Owen. And your front row on the outside of row number 1 from Coburg, the Alma Mechanical, Mark Rainford Auto Center, Crown Whitby, Port Perry Salvage, Boundy Roofing number 08, Paul Boundy. And on the pole from Allenford, the Elmer's Flighting Supply, Shepherd Docks Auto Trim Design of Barry Richards Auto Service, Ron Pringle Electric number 30, Todd Davenport. Well, race fans, that is the starting lineup for the Jiffy Lube 50-lap Superstock feature event. And it should be a wild one, Robert.
Well, guys, we're down here in the on the starting grid. Miles Tyson, one of the fan favorites here at Peterborough Speedway. Of course, right behind him, the Danimal, Dan Archer, kind of screaming that, go Miles Tyson, go. Miles, you were laughing pretty hard before. You almost couldn't fit into the race car.
That's pretty funny. I wasn't expecting Dan to do that.
Oh, you got any secrets for tonight? I know this is a pretty stout competition here for the Autumn Colors Classic. Do you think you want to be wearing the crown by the end of the night?
I'd like to. We'll see how it goes and just play it out and try and make some moves while we can and be there at the end.
All right, Miles Tyson here. My mic keeps cutting out. Miles Tyson. Dan, you know I got to pick on you. Dan, when you come to the track, you are Mr. Exciting. They don't call you the Danimal for nothing. What do you got for us tonight?
Well, we'll see what happens. It's all go and lots of show, I can tell you that.
All go and all show for Dan Archibald. I see them all getting ready here to fire up here. We're going to fire up in just a few minutes, but the Thrillbilly, Lane Zardo,
when you come to Autumn Colors, it's always a show. So what do you got for us tonight?
Hopefully I don't hit as much things as I did in my late model. My brother ever brought the car back like that, I'd fire him. I think I hit everything out there but the pace car. We got in the air and everything. But I don't know. Like, we're always fast when we come here with a super stock. I've been snake bitten a few times. I've been on my lid. I've been on my side. Hopefully we can keep our forward tires on the ground, slowly make it up to the front, not piss too many people off, and put on a really good show for the fans. Really appreciate everybody coming back out here. Hope you guys are enjoying your day so far, and like I said, hopefully we can put on a show in this Leslie Ford Best of Forest Products Bad Fast Ford.
All right, give it up for Lane Zardo, folks, as we get set to fire these cars up for the final race of the 30th annual APC Toronto Motorama Autumn Colors Classic.
Now, I was duped by this starting lineup. I've got Todd Davenport listed as driving the 30, but unless he's gone on to a bit of a fitness program, I'm pretty sure that was Gord Shepard that waved his hands.
Hey, you never know. He might have had a couple extra salads this week.
It's possible. I think Gord Shepard behind the wheel of the number 30. Track official going down the line, getting the thumbs up, thumbs down, making sure these drivers are ready, strapped in behind the wheel.
17 super stocks out there getting set for their 50-lap feature to wrap up the Autumn Colors Classic. Can't believe we're already at the last feature.
Took a while to get here. Took about 10 days to get to this point. The track crew has done a phenomenal job here today. Hats off to all you race fans. Give yourselves a big round of applause for coming out. It has been a great show. We appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
Special hello to those of you watching on GeForce TV. We're glad you could come along. And we wait for the cue from JP down trackside. I see Charlie's got the microphone to his mouth.
All right, and of course, this is not exactly the Autumn Colors we had planned, but we're still putting on a great show. I'm down here with JP Oziasi, track owner and promoter. You got a few words to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to, obviously, this isn't what we planned, and first time in 30 years that we ended up on the weekend after, but just want to thank all the racers that came back out. I know not everybody could make it, but we've had a strong showing, and all the fans that came back out to take this show in, and hope you've been entertained this afternoon. We got one more race, and hopefully some fireworks at the end, and thank you very much for your support. Greatly appreciate it, and on to next year.
All right, folks, I'm leaving this one up to you. I'll start with the word drivers. You close it off. For one last time for the APC Toronto Motorama Autumn Colors Classic. Drivers!
And the command is given. And we do need to mention for both of the Lapsevich boys, Trayton Lapsevich earlier on in the 0, Ryden Lapsevich in the 12, Ace Services, long time supporter of that family. Not listed in the rundown here on the entry blanks that I had, but I should have known.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a long-time sponsor, like you mentioned. And speaking of sponsors, Adam, every sponsor you see on these cars, the signs you see here on the racetrack, front straight, back straight, we could not do this without all of those great partners. They help keep racing going, and it's always great to see the smaller mom and pop companies come on board, and it's awesome to see the success when you get a sponsor into victory lane.
No, for sure. It's such a big deal as Jacob Booth's number 26 struggling to come to life down here on the front straightaway, so I believe we'll take a push vehicle down there and get him rolling. One final race to close out The APC Autumn Colors Classic presented by Toronto Motorama.
Push truck coming around to push that machine, get it fired up.
Even though the car is going to fire up once it gets pushed, that can't be a great feeling if you're Jacob
Absolutely
Booth.
not.
You've waited this long to get out there, and
You get out there and all of a sudden the car doesn't fire up. You think you got everything sorted out and set up the way you need it, and there it goes.
no problem.
Just need a little jump start. Or I guess bump start in this case.
So Gord Shepard with a podium finish today. I don't know that we had anybody this weekend with 2 podium results.
Yeah, definitely. I don't believe we have yet, but definitely a good chance of that here today with Gord Shepard starting here on the pole in that number 30 Superstock. It's going to be very interesting to see what he can do with this 50 lap feature.
Now Brandon Feeney did turn a lot of laps, but unfortunately not able to make it to the podium. Donovan Price in the 96. I can't remember how this worked. If the race was Sunday, he wasn't going to be able to make it. Or no, the race Sunday he could make it. Monday he couldn't. This week he could. It was kind of a,
yeah,
I'm in, I'm out.
You mean the donkey? He's called the Donk, apparently is his nickname. And
I'm not calling him that. The guy's
I'm gonna avoid
mixed
that as
martial
well.
artist.
Well, he was the one that told me it was his nickname. And I told him, that'll do, donkey. That'll do.
Nice.
Does that make his brother Shrek?
I don't know if they were brothers. I don't think they shared parents.
Yeah, Donovan and Dan are brothers.
The donkey and the cowboy.
Yep, the brothers.
The donkey and the cowboy.
Building some heat into these tires, into the engines as they circulate under yellow for the pace laps, 50 laps the distance. Now another car in this field for sale, Garrett Teemersman's number 17 machine. Saw that advertised online this week.
And that is a beautiful piece. If you're looking to get involved in this class, definitely check out that number 17 car. Hopefully it's still looking as good at the end.
He had a lot of mechanical issues with that 17 this season. A number of races that he missed out, which really hurt him in the points battle. But he definitely has brought his A game when it comes to the Autumn Colors Classic.
Yeah, they've got things sorted out for the better as Johnny Morrison down on pit road in the 83. Johnny Morrison did not qualify last weekend, but he towed up here today to take part in this event.
Said he had a track bar issue and he asked for permission to go in before they went green, and he was given permission.
He's got 2 pit crews apparently. Stops
Yeah.
for the second box.
I want a second opinion.
Absolutely. I don't really trust my crew. Let me check with yours.
Doc says I got good news and I got bad news.
Yeah.
Forget you. We will will double up the field. Gord Shepard in the white number 30. Paul Boundy in the 08. Fan favorite Marley Owen in the 21. It is anybody's race.
Absolutely. You look through the list of drivers out here in this Superstock feature, and just about any of them could win this race here today. You see Lane Zardo starting back just inside the top 10, and he had a strong run in the late models earlier today. Ryden Lapsevich has had a pretty good season as well, and he's looking to work his way forward. So that fifth row, I think, is definitely going to be one to watch once we go green here to see what they can do to work their way forward.
If you want to see some excitement, the 07 of Dan Archibald is always exciting.
Absolutely.
He has an on-off switch, and that's it. If he's on, he's racing hard every lap.
And it's the Autumn Colors Classic, so I think the switch is going to be on here today, and we'll see what he can do coming from position number 9. Or that is position number 7, actually.
I was going to let you figure it out.
Yeah.
The truck doesn't count.
You got to do some math out there.
I knew you would get there, though.
Yeah, thank you so much for believing in me.
That's right. Charlie has turned himself off.
Yes, I did. Now I've turned myself back.
Gord Shepard on the inside in the 30. Paul Boundy on the outside in the 08, the final feature event of the weekend. Oh, trouble.
Oh, trouble down and coming out of turn number 2.
Jacob Booth goes around. Lane Zardo stops to avoid it. And they've already made the call. Ryden Lapsevich in that 12 machine is going to pay the price.
The 26 going to pull it pit side. Jacob Booth going to go to the attention of his pit crew. Went for a bit of a ride there off of turn number 2.
No, that's not. That's a 63. 36 is going.
On that initial start, the leaders on the front row in the 30 and the 08, they both got phenomenal starts. Marley Owen in the 21 was able to get right on their inside coming off of turn number 2, and then of course the collision happened and caution came out, but that 21, very strong start.
I love Ryden Lapsevich. He let the car roll far enough just to inconvenience the official and make them walk farther than they wanted to.
Well, he figures he's getting a penalty. The official might as well.
Work for it.
That's right.
So the Jacob Booth 26 goes up in the air. The crew working on the left side. I don't think there was much contact after that initial spin. Everybody did a good job to avoid.
You got to remember with that Booth machine as well, had the issues leaving the grid earlier, had to get pushed by the truck. So potentially taking a look to see maybe a battery issue, something like that, with that 26 machine. To get that car back down on all 4 wheels, and off he goes.
I was just going to say, don't stall it. Don't stall it, Jacob. And they've got to move one more car. It looks like the 6 ahead of the 15. Laval up ahead of the Richards number 15. Then the lineup will be good to go. And we should be able to see the 1 to go this time. No laps complete. Still 50 to go in the Jiffy Lube Superstock 50.
I think the Superstocks is one of the most colorful classes, I think, of the racing here at Peterborough Speedway, especially for Autumn Colors Classic. There are some big names that come racing just for this race, and it's the competition and the trash talking down on the straightaway before they all climbed in the cars was absolutely hilarious. It was something I wanted to put on the mic, but just wasn't quite friendly at all times.
You telling me the drivers have bad mouths? Come on now.
Oh, no, not at all.
Ryden Lapsevich going pit side. He comes back out.
Yeah, we got that. We're good here. Whenever you guys want to go.
The field is set, says the officials.
We'll try this start one more time.
Really has been a beautiful fall day. I mean, last Friday was ridiculous. I mean, it was 30 degrees. It was a bizarre October day.
You were getting a suntan.
This is what you'd expect. Couple of layers by the chili. Let's try this again. Gord Shepard down low, Paul Boundy on the outside. Marley Owen in the 21 going to start third. Sean McWhorter fourth in that 56.
Great Canadian RV green flag flies in the air right about now.
You were bang on about Marley Owen. She is right up on the wheel, right up with that front row as Gord Shepard wiggles a little bit in turn number 4. They're still side by side.
Yeah, Marley Owen with a great start once again. They're in that third spot. Taking a look to the inside of the Paul Boundy machine. Boundy up top. Owen on the inside, and your leader, Gord Shepard, gets out front. Miles Tyson goes to the inside, and McWhorter there nearly contact as they were briefly 3 wide. Boundy gets sideways, able to gather it back up side by side for third.
Sean McWhorter is doing anything he can to get down to the bottom, but he is struggling there in that 56 machine. Lane Zardo not going to cut him any slack, you can bet that.
Here comes the 07 of Dan Price. He moves up into fourth as he gets around the 08 of Boundy.
That's Garrett Teemersma.
Pardon me, Garrett, you're right, Garrett Teemersma. I thought that was a 07, not a 17.
Archibald a little bit deeper in the top 10, under attack from Daniel Hahn. Hahn to the inside. Archibald trying to close the door. Hahn keeping the nose there. But Archibald will fend him off for the time being as Gord Shepard continues to lead the way.
Yeah, Gord Shepard out front. Marley Owen second. Miles Tyson trying to close that gap. The battle does continue here between Archibald and Hahn just a little bit further back. That is the 8th and 9th positions. You said Dan Archibald would be a hard one to pass, and well, he's making that car 3, 4, 5 times wide as we see the Hahn machine go up to the high side trying to get by.
Hahn going to try to go around the long way, riding Lapsevich right behind them. Physical racing in this super stock division. Hahn with a good run, can't get to the inside though on the backstretch. Lapsevich closing in. That's about to be a 5-car battle for position.
Dan Archibald, usually one of those cars that's really fast here at Peterborough Speedway. He is holding up traffic back in that 7th spot. Pardon me, 8th spot.
Ryden Lapsevich just behind that 42 of Daniel Hahn. Lapsevich, of course, was credited with the early collision. Had to go to the rear, now working his way back forward. Gord Shepard continues to lead. Marley Owen just there in second. The battle continues for third. It is Miles Tyson and Garrett Teemersma just behind, trying to close that gap, trying to work his way forward.
So far, every lap, Gord Shepard has been a little bit faster than Marley Owen. Not by much, but a little bit every lap adds up over the course of a race, and that equates to about 10 car lengths as they work off of turn number 4 to complete lap 12.
Taking a look at time, Miles Tyson's another one of those very fast cars that are out there.
Taking a look pit side, Brad Laval pulls it behind the wall, the 6 out of today's race. It is Gord Shepard still out front. He's catching the Donovan Price machine. Price about a quarter of a straightaway ahead, about to go a lap down. This may allow Marley Owen to close that gap just a little bit, but Gord Shepard looking really strong early on. 14 laps down, still 36 to go.
Sean McWhorter putting the pressure on Lane Zardo all over the back end of that 36. Has the Thrillbilly sideways in turn 1, but Lane Zardo up to the challenge. McWhorter gonna square him up and try again.
That's a battle for fifth. McWhorter looks down on the inside of Lane Zardo. Zardo goes high down the backstretch.
Let's see if Zardo returns the favor. He's up behind Sean McWhorter.
Yeah, Zardo not afraid to use the bumper either, all over the rear end of the McWhorter machine. McWhorter got clear and now starting to pull away from the Lane Zardo machine. Just behind Zardo is where we find Paul Bounty. Bounty started up at the front, now falling back to the tail of this top 10. As Dan Archibald just a little bit further back leads ahead of Daniel Hahn. That is 8th through about 12th, as there is a gaggle of cars altogether.
Marley Owen finally starting to turn laps a little bit faster than Gord Shepard in that 21, and she's got a unique line. Shepard is hugging the bottom of the track. Marley Owen's a couple feet off the inside.
It's all about what feels right in your particular race car. Marley Owen, like you mentioned, running a little bit higher. You can even see the exit of the corners. Owen a little bit higher than the Gord Shepard machine. Shepard still leads, catching the 26 machine. That, of course, Jacob Booth just ahead. This may lead to another opportunity for Marley Owen to close the gap, but we have another battle here. Daniel Hahn all over Dan Archibald back there around the 8th spot.
Ethan Constable pressuring Ryden Lapsevich as well. He'll drive it deep down into turn 3. Lapsevich trying to close the door. Constable going to keep that 11 car there. He'll make the move, take the spot at the start-finish line. Lapsevich going to get in line ahead of Cole Burrows in the 63 for now.
Lapsevich closed the door and Constable booted it right open. Worked his way right through there. Move Constable up into position number 10. As we do see Gord Shepard continuing to lead, going through some heavy lap traffic. As Marley Owen seems to be closing the gap of Miles Tyson all over the rear end of the Marley Owen machine. And right behind him, Garrett Tiemersma right up in that 4th spot. Blue flag displayed as Gord Shepard goes on by. We are coming to halfway. Next time by for Gord Shepard.
Traffic not going the way of our race leader Shepard as he goes way up the racetrack in turn number 1. Miles Tyson making a move for the 2nd spot.
Miles Tyson makes the pass in 3 and 4 and gets around Marley Owen, shoving her back to 3rd spot. Then it's Garrett Tiemersma and Sean McWhorter. McWhorter's been actually posting some of the fastest lap times of all the cars out there.
As we advance through this race, you see the lap times changing. The cars that were quicker earlier, some of them falling back just a little bit here as Miles Tyson looks to be able to send it into these corners. He is closing that gap on Gord Shepard. It is very visible here, closing about 4 or 5 car lengths between the two of them here. As Shepard has a nice run off of turn number 2. Miles Tyson with a deep dive into 3, and they're going to be quite close here off of 4.
Miles Tyson throwing a full 1/10 of a second faster each lap than Gord Shepard.
And that's a big difference. That 1/10 of a second is a little more than a car length a lap, and we can see that now. The gap is about 2 car lengths between 1st and 2nd as they pull away from Marley Owen in 3rd.
20 to go. Next time by Gord Shepard out front, but Miles Tyson closing that gap as they come up on Donovan Price in the 96. Price goes to the bottom. Shepard in behind. He's going to slide up the racetrack. Miles Tyson looks to go to the inside. Tyson puts the nose in there side by side into turn number 3. Tyson sends it and moves Shepard up the track. Miles Tyson to the lead.
Shepard tried to close the door. Tyson was there. Wasn't going to allow it. New race leader.
What a move by Miles Tyson. He decided he was just going to lick it and stick it, and he went off into turn number 3 under the Gord Shepard machine and moved his way out to the lead, now starting to pull away.
Ethan Constable to the inside of Daniel Hahn. He'll pick up the 9th position in that 11 machine.
The battle heating up for 3rd as well. Marley Owen, Garrett Tiemersma. Tiemersma all over the rear end of the Marley Owen machine. They're catching Gord Shepard as Donovan Price rejoins the field off of pit road. The battle is about to heat up here for 2nd as Miles Tyson definitely likes seeing that.
Well, we've also got some action with Paul Boundy in the 08. He runs in the 7th spot, but right behind him, Dan Archibald, Ethan Constable, Daniel Hahn.
Lots of close battles all throughout the field here. That is an absolute gaggle of cars here down the back straightaway as the leaders close in on this back. Miles Tyson, currently your leader, closing in about a corner away from catching into this pack of lap cars.
So Dan Archibald passed the slower car, Jacob Booth, on the inside, and boy, did it ever create a mess behind him.
Absolutely. We have about 10 cars under a blanket there, and that's just going to create some chaos as Miles Tyson's going to close in. He's trying to hold off Gord Shepard. Shepard trying to close back in on Tyson, and they're going to have to navigate through some lap traffic here, including some cars that are running in pretty decent positions.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Ethan Constable applying the pressure to Dan Archibald. Bryden Lapsevich gets squirrely just ahead of Johnny Morrison, and then it's the race leader, Miles Tyson. So Tyson to the outside of Morrison to put the 83 a lap down, and boy, oh boy, it's close quarters racing.
Miles Tyson with a handful of cars up in front of him that are just trying to fight it out for the position they have, and that's just allowed Gord Shepard to just get caught up as quickly as he has. Pretty evenly matched now. They're the first 4 cars.
Ooh! Everybody checking up right in front of the leader. People locking up the brakes. Miles Tyson looking for racing room behind Jacob Booth in the 26. Gord Shepard closing in. 9 laps to go.
9 laps remain. Miles Tyson goes on by Gord Shepard with a bit of contact to the rear. Tyson trying to clear the Booth machine.
Paul Boundy got loose. Contact with Dan Archibald. There's action everywhere in this race.
Absolutely everywhere. Just 8 laps remaining. Intensity at a maximum here as Miles Tyson likes what he sees. He has a bit of a gap behind, a bit of a gap ahead. He's catching the Boundy machine. Boundy currently scored in that 10th spot, so watch for Miles Tyson to be catching the tail end of this top 10 here shortly as Gord Shepard gets by Jacob Booth on the high side. Marley Owen trying to close that gap as well as we come around. Just 7 laps to go. Six laps to go, yeah, even closer.
And this pack that Tyson is closing in on is not a pack of cars I would want to deal with.
Absolutely not. As you know, it's getting down to the nitty-gritty. The final few laps of the race, 5 laps were just displayed. Just 4 to go for Miles Tyson. He has a gap back to Gord Shepard, but as soon as he catches these lap cars, they're going to be racing because they know they're coming to the end of the race. They want every spot they can get. It's going to be tough for Miles Tyson to get through here as we're going to come around and face 3 laps to go for Miles Tyson.
And Miles has to go. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it as they go around Donovan Price. Now Miles is in it.
Miles Tyson up on the high side now to the rear end of the Paul Boundy machine.
Oh,
3
boy.
wide. Caution flag is out.
Bryden Lapsevich in turn number 1 in that Ace Services number 12 machine.
Wow.
We are on 47.
And he is climbing from the car.
So 26 if you lucky dog. 2 seconds here. It's gonna roll.
So we're going to have 3 laps to go when we go green once again.
He set down his helmet. Now he's walking over to the Jacob Booth 26. It's going to take more than 5 or 6 of you to slow him down. His crew comes running from turn number 4.
Here we go. Lapsevich getting walked away. The crew's still coming though.
Well, the crew's they're a Hamilton bunch. So the crew has gotten their way. The officials are all distracted in turn 1. Now the crew has reached the 26 machine.
I was just kind of thinking autumn colors. It's kind of like, let's see who's fighting in this corner. Ding, ding, ding. Let's get ready to rumble.
So the crew's being separated down there on pit road. Ish.
ish, separated by a foot or two.
No surprise, Jeff Lapsevich is the first to walk away. Also the first to turn back around and look for some clarification.
Yeah, definitely a heated moment there on pit lane between the Booth crew and the Lapsevich team.
You can take the Lapseviches out of Hamilton, but you can't take the Hamilton out of the Lapseviches.
Absolutely not.
That's why we love them.
They're passionate.
Ryden's a spark plug, right? Ryden's a firecracker down there, the driver of the 12. Phenomenal crew person for his brothers. Gets to come out here and wheel the super stock now and then. This is the race for the crown.
We're about to have royalty here in 3 laps.
So 15 is going.
So now Lapsevich has left his car. Now he's walking by the 26 again.
And he continues walking, has a quick hello with them as he walks on by and heads down pit lane.
It's a fascinating social studies experiment because Ryden is walking quickly the other way. There was crew walking towards turn number 1. There's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of bodies down there on pit lane. People having words with each other. Some not very pleasant, I'm sure. As we just work on getting everyone back into their proper positions here. We're going to just have 3 laps to go when we go green once again. And not only are we racing for an Autumn Colors Classic Championship, but also a crown.
Crown is on the line. 47 laps are complete. 3 laps remain in this one.
3 laps to go in the 30th annual APC Autumn Colors Classic presented by Toronto Motorama. It's been one heck of an experience last weekend with the racing and trying to tackle the rain there as well. And then today, great racing all around.
It's been a fantastic show. You can't complain about the quality of the action in any of our feature events. I wonder, does Lane Zardo have a good enough memory to go back that 25 laps when McWhorter had him 90 degrees sideways to the track?
Yeah, I'm sure his memory is probably good enough. He's probably got that at the top of the memory bank.
Crash.
As the field starts to double up, that means we're going to be going green here shortly for the final 3 laps of the Super Stock feature. Lights are off on the base truck. We're going to go green this time by Miles Tyson is your leader on the inside.
This will be green and then 2.
Gord Shepard will throw whatever he's got at him from the outside of row number 1. Marley Owen in 3rd, right where she started. Green is back out.
Miles Tyson with a great jump. Marley Owen all over the rear end of the Miles Tyson. Oh. Zardo goes around, gathers it back up. We got one around on the back straightaway. That is the 63 of Colt Burrows at the bottom there off of turn number 2. So the 63 and the 36 both going around. Still 3 to go.
Once the checker, I'll let you know when. If I put my thumbs up, let her go.
I thought Zardo was going to be the aggressor on that restart, but turns out he was the recipient.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Lane Zardo. He was having a good run up there in the top 6. Now finds himself towards the rear of the field. We'll see if he ends up staying in that position, as I believe we're going to do a bit of cycling, try to get everyone in their correct spots. So Zardo is going to get moved back up to running with the lead lap car, so that should place him in that 10th spot. So he's only going to lose 4 spots.
So we're hearing Garrett Teamersman, the 17, might have got up on the wall on the back straightaway, which I didn't miss. I had my eyes focused down in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, it looked like it was one heck of a battle of cars trying to get through there on that restart.
Well, with 3 laps to go, you know they're going to do everything
You're going to get
but
everything.
lift.
That's exactly it. You're going to go for every inch of racetrack and try to work your way forward here. As the field is doubled up, I believe we should face the white flag likely this time by.
Okay, let her go. Let's go white. Or 1 to go.
JP says, let's go 1 to go this time. Still 47 laps complete in this Jiffy Lube 50-lap super stock event. Gord Shepard in the unenviable position up there on the outside of the front row. Marley Owen's done a great job starting and restarting in the 3rd spot.
Absolutely. Marley Owen's been able to get there all over the rear end of Miles Tyson on the last restart. As we're getting set to go green this time, Miles Tyson, the control car. And green flags in the air this time. Miles Tyson on the inside. Gord Shepard up top. Marley Owen takes a look to the inside of Miles Tyson. Not able to get there. We're going to come around and face 2 to go this time by. It's Miles Tyson out front.
Marley Owen trying to clear Gord Shepard. She'll do it. Sean McWhirter trying to pick up the 3rd spot in that number 56. He's going to get that spot this time at the line. It'll be white flag. 1 more lap to go.
1 lap to go. Miles Tyson out front. Marley Owen second. Sean McWhirter there in that 3rd spot. Battle a little bit further back. Layton Zardo, he's full set in it now, trying to go forward as Tyson leads into 3.
Marley Owen tried as hard as she could, drove it deep, but it's Miles Tyson for the win. Owen second, McWhirter finishes 3rd in the 30th annual APC Autumn Colors presented by Toronto Motorama.
What a drive there by Miles Tyson, able to work his way up through the field out to the lead, and didn't look back at all as he's going to go work his way slowly around the track. Give a thumbs up to his competitors. Marley Owen, Sean McWhirter work their way to victory lane. It's Miles Tyson going to take an extra lap around the track.
You know, Tyson drove a great race.
Absolutely.
He wasn't involved in anything
It was a
unbecoming.
very smart
All of
race.
his passes were solid and clean.
It was a very smart and methodical drive forward by Miles Tyson. Well thought out moves, not anything that was forced. And that's why you see Miles Tyson working his way around, doing a little victory lap before he heads down to victory lane to claim his crown.
I think really the one
King
driver,
Miles.
the one driver who would be disappointed, Gord Shepard, that having to restart in the 2nd spot. Marley Owen was fast. Sean McWhirter was fast and super aggressive.
Yeah, Gord Shepard was up in the top 2, 3 most of the night there, and unfortunately towards the end, Marley Owen just got an absolutely phenomenal restart and was able to get their way forward. And unfortunately for Gord Shepard, that means a finish outside the top 3.
Oh, they're just checking the tires right now?
Honestly, there's supposed to be a whole second round of the 2, but we just didn't have time to set the wheels.
Charlie Toner going to head down to victory lane where the celebration will be underway.
Hey, Peyton? Yep. So you have to do the sheets up for the lap stuff then?
The sheets are done.
Not entirely sure what's going on the front straightaway there.
So we have to put at the position, like, we have to give them to them?
No, all that's in there.
Taking a look at the right front, it looks like, on the Miles Tyson machine.
The sheets are in there.
And you guys
Why were they doing that before going to Victory Lane? Looking at Miles Tyson's car. His crew. Put on the front.
There, he finally makes it to victory lane. We'll send it on down to Charlie Toner to take it away.
Miles Tyson, his crew chief said, I told you to go easy on it. Going easy doesn't put you in the dirt, heating and air conditioning victory lane. Miles Tyson climbing out of the car. Did you have some words earlier about, did you have enough to, park it in here and get a crown?
Yeah, I didn't know how to take it on the start of the race. I wasn't really too happy with the car in practice. We left the car for the feature, hoping that it would come together, and honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better car. It's probably one of the best cars I've had here all year.
Well, you are now an Autumn Colors champion. That will go with you everywhere you go.
Yeah, I've been dreaming about running this race since I started racing cars back in 2015. I've been very close many times, but we finally got it done.
All right, you got some more people you want to thank?
Yeah, I got to thank my dad, Sean McWhorter from Streamline Racing Products for building such a good car, Stewart's Equipment for coming on board halfway through the season, and my buddy Nick Tooley for spotting for me.
All right, give it up. Parking it in the Dart Heating and Air Conditioning victory lane with the Jiffy Lube Superstocks, an Autumn Colors champion. The crown is in the house. He will be crowned here shortly. Give it up for Miles Tyson. Now, race fan favorite, as evidence from the driver introductions earlier tonight, you've parked it in victory lane here at Peterborough Speedway before. You know how tough it is. And one of the comments we had is that you had some of the best starts of any of the racers out there tonight. How does it feel to park it on the podium, second place in the Autumn Colors?
It feels really good. I mean, it's not first, but this feels like a win to us. Last year we were close, but got robbed, and we just tried so hard to get here, and we finally got a podium finish.
Okay, you got some sponsors, and I know your dad is always a big help on this, but some sponsors to thank.
Yes, I'd like to start off with Stewart's Equipment. I mean, we have 3 Stewart's cars here and the podium finish, so I'd like to thank Stewart's Custom Mobile Wash, Curtis Septic, City Dairy, Peterborough, Jim's Auto Repair. There's tons of people on here. I can't think of them all right now. I'm just too flabbergasted.
All right, give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Parking it on the podium, Marley Owen. Whoa, there we go. But down here, parking it on the podium in third spot, Sean McWhorter. There was a lot of action in front of you and behind you. Was that a fun race?
Oh, yeah, it was great. Great. That was a great time. Trying to get down on the top there is hard to do without trying to wreck someone or chop, but did the best I could.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of fun when you come racing. And this is kind of one of those weird weekends or 2 weekends of racing that it turned out to be. How much fun was it coming here, though, for the Autumn Colors?
Oh, it was great coming back here. I haven't raced a car in 5 years, so it was good to get back in the wheel and finish in the top 3 with all the rest of our Stewart's cars. We couldn't do it without them at all.
Okay, you got some more sponsors you want to thank?
Streamline, Stewart's, Riley's Home Services, NRD Byproducts, Academy Construction for getting us here, Chad Cochran for letting us use his trailer this weekend. I appreciate it, and TJ for picking it up. Thank you.
All right, give it up. Sean McWhorter parking it on the podium for the Autumn Colors, 30th Annual Autumn Colors, brought to you by Toronto Motorama and APC Auto Parts. I'm Charlie Toner on behalf of Adam and Robert, JP Oziasi, all the staff and volunteers. Thank you for coming here to Peterborough Speedway. If you want to find out what's happening later on, next weekend we actually have the grass drags and radar runs out here in the parking lot. If you want to come out for that, race your neighbor. Otherwise, drive safe, stay safe, and make sure you make it home safe. And we'll see you back here next season at Canada's toughest third mile oval, Peterborough Speedway.